Hello, everyone.
Happy Halloween, everybody. Welcome to a very special combined Web DM and Wandering DMs special event. All the DMs are here with us tonight. And we are going to be playing some original D&D, old school D&D in the Lost Tomb of Ra-Hotep, a classic adventure that not many people have seen. So welcome, everybody. Let's go around and have the players introduce themselves, not the characters, but let's just everybody say where you're from, just in case new viewers don't know who we all are. Paul?
Hi, everyone. I am Paul Siegel, the other half of Wandering DMs. Dan and I are on every Sunday at 1 p.m. with daily talk shows, as well as the DM of 10 Dead Rats on Thursday nights, a Warhammer and old school D&D mashup.
Cool. And Andy?
Hi, I'm Andy Grimaldi. I am the newest cast member for 10 Dead Rats, which I started last Thursday, and will be continuing on for the foreseeable future.
Awesome. We are glad to have you on 10 Dead Rats. Jim, who the hell are you?
Oh goodness, who the hell am I? I am co-host of WebDM and an internet D&D personality. Yes, so that's who I am. That's not what I am. I'm more than that. But it's also really late on Halloween, so this is a different side of me that maybe a lot of you have seen.
It's
myself.
It's all live. Pruitt, are you Wandering DMs or are you Web DM?
Last I checked, I'm Web DMs, although the intros are wandering just a bit. But I am the other half of Web DM, and that's what I do. It's some fun stuff. There's a kitty over here going crazy, but that's fine. That's my familiar.
May not be the only one tonight. There's a pretty good chance that cats may come in any frame tonight at any particular time, which seems appropriate on Halloween, I think. And of course, we are currently waiting on the ever spooky and sometimes disappearing Emma from WebDM, who should join us shortly. Currently doing Halloween festivities, I think. If anybody is tuning into the Wandering DMs channel that we're currently broadcasting on, and you're not yet following WebDM, what the hell is wrong with you people? Go subscribe to WebDM on YouTube right now, and then come back, and we'll see you in a minute. I think Jim is muted at the moment. Is that happening?
Yeah,
I am muted. I'm going to have to be muted through most of this because my filter is off, and I'm just doing y'all a favor.
Okay. One thing we should also point out is, so Andy's on 10 Dead Rats, and Paul runs that show. And the other joint thing that Wandering DMs and WebDM have done recently is we have a show called The Big Bad, which is a competition D&D show, which we release episodes most Tuesday nights. The next episode's November 10th, and then WebDM shows up on what ought to be November 17th, I believe. And I would like to clue you in on how they did, but I don't remember. So you will have to tune in November 17th to see how WebDM did on The Big Bad. But that's another show. So subscribe to both of us.
Dan,
I don't know either. That's.
Dan, perhaps you could tell our viewers a little bit about the history of the module that we're about to play.
Well, I'll get to that. That's a great question, Paul. First of all, let me just talk system. So we're saying that tonight we are playing old school original D&D. Someone might ask, is that even a thing? Arguably, the very first version of D&D that came out in '74 is a toolkit with just a lot of suggestions, and arguably, there you go. Arguably, every DM runs it differently. So different DMs are going to have different interpretations for how initiative happens, or the combat sequence, or what classes are allowed, or how spells work. So what you're going to see tonight is my version. I am the Dungeon Master tonight, and if you do see anybody running original D&D, it might be quite different, because we all run it differently. It wasn't really formalized until later with what we call first edition. So so some people might have to ask questions while we're playing tonight. The adventure that Paul asked about, along about 1975, a gentleman named Alan Lucian made a dungeon called the Lost Tomb of Ra-Hotep, and high level, very dangerous, sent a copy to a gentleman named Gary Gygax, and Gary looked at this adventure and said, "Wow, there are some killer ideas here. I think I'm going to make an adventure kind of like this, and I'm going to call it Tomb of Horrors." So what we're running tonight is the granddaddy of Tomb of Horrors before I got cleaned up and niceified. So it's kind of a little bit more raw than what people know as the Tomb of Horrors. But here it is, and here's a lot of where the DNA came from. So you're welcome.
Which one, in your opinion, Dan, is more deadly?
I'll tell you after, and I need more data. I want more data, so we're going to do this tonight, and then we'll cycle back, and I'll tell you after that.
Excellent.
Jim and Pruitt, have you guys played Tomb of Horrors before, or is that?
Yeah, I'll stop looking at my spellbook real quick. I've run Tomb of Horrors twice. Once with the second edition remake, like that Silver Age or Silver Anniversary TSR box set, the remake of everything. I had that. I ran it. And then what was the other one? Pruitt. Y'all got through it as like 24th level characters in 3rd edition. We're just like, let's just run through the Tomb of Horrors in an hour, you know?
It was pretty epic.
Yeah. But awesome. I recall the first time it being tough. Like whichever the room is like on a spindle and there's acid underneath it, you could fall off the edges into like, I don't know, somewhere around there. Somewhere between there and the Juggernaut. I think we've had a wipe.
Or the was that Tomb of Horrors with the teleporting portal? Like where it would like teleport you back to the beginning?
Oh yeah, one of the false entrances.
Without
I think.
Your gear.
Yes, without your gear, buck naked.
Yeah.
Yes, without your gear.
Yep.
Right.
That's right.
Yep, I've been through
Yeah,
that.
fuck that archway.
I've been naked in the swamp. Yep.
Naked in the swamp before. I don't remember much in particular about it. I do recall it's very, like, the riddle is the key to it. That's about all I remember being like, no one's going to remember this, but this is really central. Like, from a DM perspective, at least, that's where I was at.
Yeah.
Never had a chance to play it, though. Till now.
All right, so that's the later version. We're playing the earlier raw version, the Tomb of Ra-Hotep by Alan Rutstein. So, anything else we should do to start with, Paul, or should we kind of start to get into it?
I think go man go.
How about we go around and introduce our characters and any information that you may have that you'd like to share with the rest of the party. Renee?
Hello, my friends. I'm Rene Renault. I'm glad to see you tonight. It has been a long journey for us, but I was visited recently, by a ghost, and he told me of these great treasures. The thing is, he told me of this place. He used to be this caretaker of a great treasure of Ra-Hotep. Many gems and jewels and other riches, but most famously is the amulet that Ra-Hotep was buried in. I yearn for it, my friends. So I'm glad you have come to help me find it.
Thank you, Renee. And
yes.
Luckian, introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Luckian the Trickster. Don't take that name personally. I also was visited by a ghost. I guess the ghosts are kind of busy this time of night. I've heard that they have just the most wonderful compendium of spells ever known to mortal wizards. I'm very excited to get my hands on them, or to share them with the team as we are. I've heard some very interesting information, a very secretive phrase that the entryway can only be opened over the night of the full moon. So hopefully that's tonight, and we can get busy getting some spells.
It is indeed tonight. That is why we have set up to take the journey. It is fascinating that the ghost has seen you as well, Lucian.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm very, very good at what I do.
Excellent. Esniak, tell us about yourself.
Esniak is amused.
Esniak currently has a silent spell cast on him.
Silent spell cast upon him.
Can we
I'm
not?
just going to keep going. Okay. My name is Esniak. I have a lot of rings. Some say they're myriad. Yeah, I really don't like talking to others, so I don't really... Esniak's obviously not my real name. I don't adventure under my real name. And I'm here because of the rumors of spells and treasure. And I've heard rumors of this Ra-Hotep fella. He seems like he was legit. Certainly a badass. I gotta see for myself.
He was an incredibly powerful magic user, I've heard.
Yes, I dabble.
Very good. And Boris the Blade, tell us what you're about.
Well, I am Boris, and I guess the only ghost that really haunts me is the last fragment of my last love, Natasha. Yeah, I am talking about you. Shh. She currently resides inside my sword. You can imagine all day just yammering, please unsheath me, use me, take me. It's very weird, but, you know, we do what we can do. So, mostly I go on adventure to keep her happy. She gets to do things, give her a red bath, and I get rich. What more is good in life?
Excellent. And we are still waiting on, I believe, your dwarven compatriot, Belinus Blue-Eye, who apparently is trotting at a slower speed than the rest of the party somewhere behind you. So hopefully Belinus will catch up with us shortly.
I heard
to be clear to
Belinus
viewers,
has a ring of invisibility. They could be anywhere. You should watch out.
That is an excellent point. That is an excellent point. Belinus might be right here with us listening right this very second.
Natasha, is Belinus here?
You do not see Belinus here, Boris.
Yeah, she's right over there. Watch out. She run practical joke on you, Esniak.
So, viewers, we are planning on playing until about midnight here Eastern Time, just so you know. If we had a larger party, like original D&D is written for up to 20 players at once. If we had a larger party at this point, we would pick a dedicated team leader. With a small group, we're going to skip out on that. To be clear, all the characters with me are very high level. They are lords and master thieves and master wizards of like 8th, 9th, 10th level, something like that. So among the most powerful heroes in the realm. And what's the other thing? The other thing I should point out, players, is that the overview list of characters has all the player characters listed as alignment either lawful or neutral, as far as you know. If there are any chaotic characters in the party, that would be known secretly only to that player and myself. As stipulated by Gary Gygax in Dragon Magazine number 9, September 1977. So just do keep that in mind.
I appreciate the reference.
If anybody needs to look it up, I did my work. So, on with the adventure. You have pursued the Lost Tomb of Ra-Hotep, legendary ruler of the past, for his fabled treasury of items various and sundry. Many have died pursuing this treasury, but you are among the realm's most powerful and experienced heroes and armed with an arsenal of powerful magical items. You have traveled far into the desert. You have traveled into an area of rugged, rocky gullies in this desert, and so for several weeks have been searching around here. All the prior day, you've been searching in one particular gully, and at the end of the day, as the sun goes down and the full moon comes out, you have finally found what you believe you're looking for, the entrance to the Lost Tomb of Ra-Hotep. In a cliff face, the only sign, a tiny slot in the cliff face, about 2 inches wide and about a 1/4 inch high. That's it. Now, all your retainers and hirelings are back at a camp nearby, and you know that going into a place reputed to be housed by the dead at night is a terrible idea, and you should certainly go back to camp if it weren't for the fact that several of you believe this can only be opened under the light of the full moon. So in the dark of the full moon, this is where you stand. What do you do?
Before that, Dan, as we were traveling, I watched my companions, and I see which one of them gets up early in the morning and does the most push-ups. And I'm guessing it's probably Boris. Is that... That seem right?
Yeah. Boris only pushed self up from throw up from drinking night before. But push up is push up, no?
Yeah. There you go.
I agree. Boris has done more push-ups in various
excellent.
states of inebriation than anybody else.
So each morning as we strike camp, as Boris does his one push-up, I have a cup of coffee
One is all you'll need.
and a cigarette, and then I cast strength on Boris for the day. And I do this every day.
Excellent. Renee, if you could roll a d6 and +1 and tell us what you get there.
I got a 4 on the die, so that's a 5 total.
Okay. So, Boris, your strength has gone up from 16 to 21. And that means that
Nice.
all of your melee attacks and melee damage are going to go up by 2 points.
Each.
Yep.
Perfect.
Lucky
And that
does
lasts
them, but
for
hit
an
it.
entire day.
Does Boris know this happened?
Yeah, yeah. Salute, my friend.
Oh, yes. Please, yes. Let us drink to the day to bolster our spirits. Oh, boy.
Nice. So yes,
Excellent.
Boris is currently about as strong as a hill giant at this point. So and probably for a number of days beforehand, you were experienced with this as well.
Yes. Boris, if you need to be a hill giant, I can do this as well. But for now, this will suffice, I think.
Yes, well, let's not take it too far just yet. I might need another drink. But and he picks his sword up like he's not used to the strength and picks it up really fast. Oh, well. This is going to be good, huh?
Any other preparations with magic spells that you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, in that week prior, Esniak would like to acquire a hooded lantern and then imbue it with continual light, or the inside of it with continual light.
Great, you have that.
All right. He's going to keep it to himself because he's a selfish asshole. Other than just getting some adventuring equipment. Let me see what he's got. He mostly is just decked out in his items, and he's dressed for battle. So I think he'd bring just a crowbar, some rope,
Okay.
just tools that he might need. I can text a list in back chat here in a second.
Okay.
Do you want to know what our spells are as we pick them?
Say it again.
Would you like to know what our spells are as we're picking them?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say I'm just going to trust that you've picked them in advance. And yeah, thanks for asking.
Cool.
Maybe just tell me.
Generally, my friends, just so that we're all on the same page, you should know that my specialty is in imbuing power into my friends to make them more capable and easier for me to hide behind. I have some ability to fight. I wear the chainmail, and I have this Morning Star, which I don't really like to use, to be honest. Mostly, I like to use my magics to make you more powerful, and then I can be behind you. This is the way.
That's why we keep you around.
So, Esniak, if you'd like to share with your compatriots what you have prepared, so that they know, feel free.
Oh sure, yeah. I'm picking my spells. I've got for first level, read languages, read magic, detect magic, and a magic missile. Second is locate object, strength, mirror image, and then I don't know. Does Lucian? Are you a spellcaster as well?
I am. So I'm taking second level invisibility, third level lightning bolt and suggestion, and fourth level I was thinking confusion, or I might take charm monster if you've got something in that vein. You don't have to overlap.
I've got confusion, everything, but no charm monster sounds awesome.
Dope. I'm going to take charm monster then. I want a monster.
I have no idea if it's good or not. I don't know the rules that well, but it sounds awesome. I just love the idea of charming a monster. Yeah.
As far as I know about old school D&D, this means that I have a monster for a month. They can't really do saves against them, which is
Yeah.
Sounds delightful.
Keep in mind, Luckin, you know that charms generally work against living creatures with functional brains.
And this is not a lot of living creatures with functional brains. Got it.
We are going into an ancient
Oh, that's
tomb.
true. That is very true. I'm going to switch
is
out of 5th
very
edition where you can charm undead and shit.
I have brought remove curse because I'm assuming there will be at least one.
At least one.
That is an excellent point. You know what? I'm just going to take confusion for value. I think that'll be useful in a lot of different spaces.
If they can't be charmed, they might not be able to be confused either.
That's a good point. I'm going to look it up. Or ask my DM. Can undead monsters be confused?
Their mental spells generally do not work on undead. If that's what you're concerned about. I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to see undead tonight. I mean, why would that happen?
But we've heard rumors. There's
As an
already
experience
one
with-
undead. Sorry.
That is
That's an
fair.
experience with
From what I have read of this Ra-Hotep, there will be many traps, there will be many mystic curses, and there will be guardians of some sort. Perhaps there will be undead, but perhaps there will also be magical creatures, or who knows what. I would be prepared for any contingency.
Well, in that case, I think Luckin will keep Charm Monster for the, to pull out. Just at a good point. How much more fun would this be if we had a small monster accompanying us?
A small monster accompanying you. What an interesting goal. We'll duly note that.
I meant in a good way. Also, invisibility, does it get knocked off if you hit someone or get hit? Yes. Okay.
As soon as you attack.
That is what
As
I
soon as
thought.
you make an attack or an offensive spell, yep, it goes away. The
Yeah,
mystical
remember-
forces of the universe see to fit to that.
Of course.
Remember, it counts for spells too, so if you shoot someone with magic missiles, then you will become visible as well.
Correct.
Lovely.
So, does everybody have their kit together that they think they're bringing into the dungeon, or are you calling for hirelings from the camp to bring more stuff?
I'm ready whenever we want to proceed. Hopefully, Belenis will get out of his tent eventually and join us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Esniak, are you
Yeah, I'm good to go.
done picking your computer?
Yeah. He's got I got a crowbar. I got a rope. And like a hammer and chisel type. Like if we need to open a sarcophagus or something you could use for that.
All right. If you must, I will allow it.
I've become
But
so used
nothing
to
that's
using
gonna-
magic for all these things. It's I guess if you want to use a tool.
Yeah, I am a lord both arcane and martial, and I find that there's no such thing as an undesirable tool.
To each their own.
Now, actually, Esniak, I must say that in original D&D, we do track encumbrance rather closely, and I am doing a little math here, and I'm seeing that you have just gone over the limit to be at your max speed.
Is he?
So
Okay.
we're either going to knock your speed down to the next level, or you'll have to get
So
rid
he's
of
got-
one.
I will get rid of the hammer and chisel then, because I do not want to be overly encumbered.
My
If it
friend,
makes you
please
feel
let
better,
me.
I have prepared a telekinesis spell.
Very good.
That could
Very good.
probably open sarcophagus.
Boris tucks the hammer chisel in his pack.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Good
Okay,
plan,
very good.
Morty.
Nice.
Cool.
Actually, I have a scroll with strength on it. And so if we're about to enter, he will cast that on himself.
Yeah, do that. Roll a d6 plus 1. Tell us what you get there, Esniak.
That is a 5 plus 1.
Holy crap.
So he's 6
Okay, so your strength has gone up to 19.
to 19, yeah. Wow.
19. So again, all your attacks and melee damage go up by 2 points.
Okay.
Really looking forward to hiding behind both of you.
We do the bushwhacker.
All right.
we go into the dungeon.
Right.
Welcome!
Thank you.
Bellina suddenly appeared from nowhere, just standing right next to you.
So what's up, guys?
You
Hey,
somehow snuck up on you in a way you didn't expect. Bellina's
Cool.
welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Sorry I'm late. Kids on Halloween. Difficult to put to bed. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Seems foregone conclusion.
Oh,
Did that
oh my
actually
goodness.
happen, Bellina?
What?
Has someone been put to sleep successfully?
Let's hope so. I hope so.
Okay. 200
Yes.
XP.
Can I offer you a cigarette?
Oh God, yes, yes, please. I'm gothed out today though, so I only smoke cloves. That's the only ones. It's okay.
Awesome. So, Bellinus, we've found what you think is the entryway to the Lost Tomb of Ra-Hotep, cliffside in the desert gully, and your compatriots have put their kit together and cast a couple of preparatory spells. Do you have any questions as we get started about anything that?
Not yet. Boris is very strong.
Yes.
I can see.
Thanks
right.
to my friend Rene Renault. You know?
What?
Yes,
Yes.
I've magically enhanced him. It's, it's not really sporting like, but,
There's two
It is
characters
identical.
with accents. Okay.
We are, how you say, going there.
Yes. Yes, I can tell. Oh, okay.
So surprises all around as Bellinus appears.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well,
All right,
let us
I'm here.
find out. I hear there's a small, tiny crack in the cliff face that maybe no one can fit through. Is that where we are?
That is correct. You are confronting in the cliff face with no other marks except for a very small slot, 2 inches wide and a 1/4 inch high. Options are somehow manipulate that, B, cast some sort of spell, C, go away and give up. Or D, and something none of the above that I haven't thought of. What do you do?
Before we decide on what our encumbrance is, might I have been able to grab a mirror of some kind?
Absolutely.
All right.
And it's small enough, don't even worry about the encumbrance for that.
Yeah, Boris
Lovely.
goes up and looks at the crack and like tries to determine, is this like a size of a dagger or a sword? Like what he's finding
About
something that he
that.
can. Yeah.
About that size, yeah.
Well,
Luckin is putting a lot of stock in having heard about the moonlight or the light of the moon situation for this, and would like to. Is there a position in which they can stand to sort of angle a mirror to get moonlight kind of near that entrance?
Yes. Let me ask this, Luckin. Have you chosen the steel mirror or the silver mirror for the mirror that you're carrying?
That's a good question. Let's say the silver mirror. That feels more undead.
You can totally have that. So, Luckin, you take your silver mirror, stand back about 5 or 6 feet. You totally do angle a light of the moonlight towards the crack. Nothing happens from that. Apparently, that's not the key.
Can I
Absolutely
see
thought that
better?
was gonna work. Am I lighting
Was that
anything
Boris?
up for Boris? Yes.
Can Boris see better now that there's some light in here? Like how
A
far
little
back
bit.
it
It
goes?
looks like it goes back at least like a foot. It's still small enough. It's hard to see, but it looks like it goes back at least half a foot or a foot.
Looks like you could fit dagger in here.
So, Dan,
Yeah.
if I
Let's
send
try
a
it.
wizard eye through that crack, would the darkness still just be would the darkness still stop me from being able to see anything in there?
It's actually too small even for a wizard eye.
What? Too small for a wizard's eye.
Yes. It can go through a crack maybe 1 inch wide or half an inch. This is actually even smaller than that.
I see. More powerful magic is needed then.
Yes.
Well, my friends.
Well, and Boris pulls
Let's
out
try the dagger.
his dagger. It's like,
I like that.
Boris, do you and what you do with the dagger?
he just kind of goes up gingerly and just kind of like puts the dagger in the hole and steps away.
Okay, so there's a clicking sound. Boris, is that dagger magical or not?
It is not.
Nothing happens.
Boris looks from the
so we didn't
dagger,
hear a click.
looks at his sword, the dagger.
Is this perhaps a lock-picking situation?
It very well could be. Could
You
you
can try. You don't see it, looking in there, Lucky, you don't see a mechanism behind it.
Something clicked, right?
Correct.
There was definite clicking.
So there's some kind of mechanism inside of it that made a sound. Can look
You have to be
like
pretty
kind of
deep into it.
Perhaps, Esniak, you could shine that magical light in there, and we could take a better look.
Oh, yes. I did have that available. Sure. Yeah. Here. Let's look at it.
Esniak uncovers your magically continual lighted lantern, shines it in the hole, and you get down. Again, it's kind of hard to get your eyeball plus the light in at the same time. So it's
Sure.
at least like a 1.5 deep, and the slot just seems to have about the same shape down the distance. You don't see any mechanism. You don't see any wires or gears that you could get at to manipulate with thieves' tools.
Try your sword then, huh?
Well, I wanted to wait before taking her out. She gets preachy if I take her out too much. And he
Weird
he
that you
takes
talk
the
to your sword
out.
like that.
Well, she talks back. You should hear my earful, okay? No,
Get upside the head too many times, Boris.
no.
Are you going to do it or not?
Yes, the attack. And he unsheathes his sword and slides it in there.
There is a clicking sound. Boris, remind me, is your sword magical?
Yeah, it's very magical.
About 3 feet to your left, there is a panel about 6 feet high and about 3 feet wide that detaches from the face of the cliff, depresses by about 4 or 5 inches, and slowly grinds to the side. There's an enormous waft of terrible odor, and it smells like ancient, musty stinks and the scent of rotting corpses that gets released, and you all make a terrible face as you detect that. There is a passageway about 2 paces wide, or 10 feet, going directly into the cliff face.
Delightful.
Can I call for someone to bring me like a scented towel or a rag or something from the camp before we go in?
Cigarette?
Yeah, yes.
Boris actually, yeah, he takes a cigarette.
Yeah.
Damn it, where's my cigarette?
Stinks. So, okay, all right, here's the question that I have, speaking from experience as a 8-9 fighter magic user. Is this fresh or like manky and musty and old?
Very
Like
manky and very musty and old.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Let's squat down and shine the light down this thing.
So you can see pretty well for about 30 feet, and then after that, you can kind of sort of see the passage continue. So it looks like a straight 10-foot wide passage that goes north, as far as you can see, at least 30 feet.
Okay.
Let's see.
Shall we go, my friends?
After you.
And Boris is going to slowly pull his sword out and listening for any clicks as he does to see if anything happens.
Your sword comes out smoothly, and it looks in perfectly fine condition, as far as you can tell.
Are you happy? Are you happy now? That's what I thought.
Great. So it sounds like you're going to be going into this passageway. I mean, you could go around and give up and just end if you prefer, but it sounds like you're going into the passageway. So I'm going to ask what your marching order is going to be. You can walk 2 abreast if you want to, and for our purposes, this is also going to be the default initiative order, because in original D&D we do team-based initiative. So it'll just be me and then your team in whatever you tell me the marching order is. So how do you proceed?
Bellanis volunteers to kind of do like a forward scout type situation, because I can see. I'm a dwarf, and I can see pretty well. If that's okay with everybody, even though Bellanis has technically been here the entire time, he looks like he's evaluating the group for what they're doing. I guess he addresses Boris first. Like, if that works for you. You seem opinionated, so.
Well, I have to fight to get attention, with this one about. He points at his sword.
Okay. All right.
Sounds like Bellanis is going first. Who is coming up after
I'll go
Bellanis?
first.
Boris will accompany Bellanis. By the way, I like your work.
Okay. So
Thank
Bellanis, you're happy with Boris coming right with you? Is that what's happening?
Yes. I will. Boris, do you have some way of seeing? I mean, the advantage of me sort of being up front is I don't need to have a light source with me in order to see, I believe. So.
I mean, we don't have to be passive aggressive. I'll stay back.
All right. I just remembered a role-playing game. I can have a
point out Paladin is a dwarf, and Luckin is an elf, and they do have infravision, so they can see in the dark. The rest of our characters are all humans, so they can't do that.
Okay.
I will stay next to my fellow human.
All right. Yeah.
Who's next to Boris? Okay, so I heard Luckin's in the back.
Okay, so I guess then.
I try to position myself directly behind Boris at all times.
Okay.
Boris will be with Esniak, so he can see.
Okay, great. So Bellanis is in front, Boris and Esniak, and then Renee and Luckin in the rear. Great. Awesome.
This is good. This is good tobacco, my friend.
Thank you.
Spasibo.
Yeah, very good.
Don't waste it.
Awesome. So Bellanis, as you lead the way in, are you going invisibly or not?
Oh, yeah, I'm totally going invisible.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So Bellanis has a ring of invisibility. You twist it on your finger, disappear from sight, and start stalking as carefully as you can up the corridor.
Yes.
You go... When I say a pace, that's going to be 5 feet, just to be clear. You go 1, 2, 3, 4 paces. The corridor continues. You keep going, Bellanis?
Yeah. Unless I see some reason not to. Or hear something. I have a bonus to hearing noises.
Okay. Are you if you want to do that, you need to stand quietly and listen. Do you do that at this time?
Sure.
Okay. So for perception type stuff, I roll that over here, so you never know whether you failed or not.
Nice.
So over is better, and it sounds totally silent as far as you can tell about this. It seems like there's a distant wafting of air, whistling just a little bit, and maybe some kind of fluttering sound, but that would be far, far away, not nearby you.
Okay. I'm going to keep going then.
Great. So you've gone 10, 20, 30 feet, 40, 50 feet, and about 10 feet away you see what appears to be like a lip drop off. So either there's a slope or a ramp about 10 feet to your north.
Okay.
What do you do?
I will go 10 feet closer to the group, I guess. And I'll probably take off my invisibility and just you know.
And you see Boris go, well, I can see you. We're good.
You can't. Okay.
That's why I said I was fan of work.
Oh, I understand slightly more now. Okay, then I'll just go invisible, and I'm just gonna consider me invisible indefinitely, unless I say otherwise.
Got it.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yep.
So you've come back. You've come back about 10 feet. You are standing nearby Boris and the rest of the party.
Yes. I just kind of like point downwards, like seems like a slope or something. Here.
Mm.
Like a
Yes.
fall kind of slope, or like a sliding, is it safe to walk upon?
I'm not quite sure yet. I just wanted to wait and catch up and make sure no one was dead yet. Basically. Yeah.
We successfully
Okay.
managed the 40 feet.
Good. Been in parties where that has not been the case, so I'm glad.
To be fair,
I'm just going to keep going. Yeah. I'm going to inspect the slope or the drop off.
So Balinus invisibly proceeds forward, stalking as quietly as you can, and you get about 5 feet from what appear to be a set of stairs. And Renee, you might want. I think Renee's keeping the map, so you might want to.
I take out my mapping equipment and I start to draw a stairway downward. Here we are, my friends.
This is the end of the 60 feet that you've traveled, and so you've just gotten to the head of the stairs there. And let's see here. Okay, so unfortunately, Balinus, you are attacked by some invisible thing standing at the head of the stairs that you could not perceive in any way. And you have your arm, something unseen grabs onto your arm, wrenches it around, there's a horrible crunching sound, and then it feels like invisible spikes are driven into the edge of your pauldrons, into your body, and blood starts spurting out.
Is the blood still invisible? Or is it just
no, as it spurts out of your body, it becomes red in the midair and leaves a puddle on the ground in front of you.
That's amazing.
So I'm rolling the dice over here. Remember, numbers above 20 are probably hits, and I have rolled 40 and 39 here. So those are definitely hits. So Bella, you take.
Oh my God.
You take a total of 17 points of damage, Balinus.
Okay. Balinus is still up. And he starts cursing in Dwarvish and screaming.
So the rest of you hear Balinus screaming in agony as some unseen assailant has attacked him. And you also hear from the air in front of you something start to talk to you, which is even worse. And it says something like, "The king asks for your life." And it is now initiative. So Balinus, how about you roll a d6, and I'm going to roll one over here, and if you can roll higher than me, you get to go. Otherwise, I get another turn.
I rolled a 4. Okay.
You beat me by 1 hit. Balinus, it is your turn. What do you do?
I want to, Jeez Louise. Am I, like,
Balinus,
I'm grappled? Yeah?
I'd say no. I would say no. The thing is, gotten one attack off, but then momentarily released you. It might be trying to grab another limb and break that.
Okay. I'm going to GTFO of the immediate area because that got me within whisper's distance of too close to dying.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to. I'm trying to remember. I'm just rusty. Sorry. Can I hit and also move? Are there
yes, but for me,
AOPs?
it's got to be that order. It's got to be move first, then attack.
Right. Okay,
So
then I'm going to
feel free to run away, but then you don't get a melee attack.
run away. That's what I'm doing. I will prepare my longbow to shoot it later. An invisible creature, perhaps. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
So, Boris, you see Belinus come invisibly running back into the light, blood spurting out of his shoulder. What do you do, Boris?
Boris has his sword out. Hearing a voice coming from nowhere, he's immediately asking, Natasha, what am I seeing? Show me the enemy.
Just at the edge of your lantern light, so you pull out your sword, and you and your sword work together, and you detect a huge hulking figure. The corridor is like about 10 feet high, and then has a 15-foot peaked ceiling. And there's a huge hulking figure there that takes up almost the entire space. And it has spindly arms and legs, but most of the rest of it looks like a giant fish. And it's got tentacles coming out of its mouth, and it's covered with bright, shining, metallic scales like plate mail that are so bright in your magical sight it almost hurts to look at it. And it has big, huge talons that are covered in the blood of Belinus, and it is stalking towards you right now. So you could either stand there petrified, or run away, or attack, or something else that I haven't thought of for us.
No. My friend is bleeding. I must not allow this. So, Natasha, you'll get your wish a little bit sooner, eh? And he runs in there, blade high, to strike at this fishy monstrosity.
Great.
So,
so Boris runs up. Correct. You do get 2 attacks. You're incredibly high level.
Okay, so first one was a 50, so it's a 30 to hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
And the next one was a 9 plus 15, so that's 24.
That's also a hit. Roll your damage. Remember, you are getting +2 to all these rolls because of strength spell.
I am adding that. Thank you for the reminder, though. So that's going to be, let's see, that's 14, 19, 20 damage total as I slash out twice. I'm trying to go for the tentacles, but I'm not necessarily making a called shot.
Okay. Yeah, it's so big you can't reach its face where the tentacles are. So you take one enormous gash out of its legs, actually. You smash several of the metallic plates on its leg. Green ichor starts spurting out that you can see in your invisible sight. And then you slash overhead, and you hack at one of the talons as it's coming down at your head. And that also has a deep cut in it at this point. It looks like you've got its attention, at least. So there's that.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Esniak, you see Boris run up to the edge of your lantern light, chop at some unseen entity in the air, and green blood is spurting out of nowhere, splashing against Boris and his weapon and the ground. What do you do?
Oh no, someone has cast the silence spell upon him again! Some vile cleric is making him unable to speak.
It's because I've got one tab with the Firefox, the other with Chrome. I never use Firefox. Forget where I'm at. I am going to pull out this scroll that I have, which he actually keeps handy because it's got a lot of cool spells on it, and is going to utter an incantation to allow himself to see invisible creatures and objects as well.
Unfortunately, Esniak, that takes a total of 2 rounds, so it takes a whole round just to take out the scroll, unpop the 2 bits in, and start unrolling it. So you can cast a spell off that next round.
That's the only way I'm going to see this thing. So he's going to start that process then.
Just follow the blood, my friend.
No, it's going to take 2. It's going to take like 2 combat rounds to pull it out and read it, or longer. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's one round to get it out and 1 round to cast the spell.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah. He's just going to bite that bullet.
Esniak has the scroll out in his hand at this point. It's just unrolled it at this point. Renee, it's your turn.
All right, I shout out, Boris, when you want the lightning and fire, you say the word. And I look on my person. Someone, I'm hoping it's me, is carrying a jug of healing. Who's got that?
It is now.
Hey,
Renee, you are carrying a jug of healing. Yeah.
I knew we had this somewhere. And I pull out the jug and I pop the cork and I say, we have 6 doses of this, Belenus, Marco. Okay, I assume I can't see Bell.
That is correct. You cannot see Belenus.
No, I'm
great.
invisible.
I believe that's your turn, Renee. Is that right?
Yes.
Luckian, what do you do?
Would I be able to stay very still and quiet and listen to voices and try and get a physical sense of the creature?
Sure. I'm going to make a roll for that right now. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. I mean, it's roaring, having been cut into with Boris, and so clearly you can detect it's clearly in front of Boris.
Okay. Trying to figure out a way to do damage, to be effective, but not immediately get myself murdered. I shall. If I can get like a sense of the big space, and Boris has just attacked it, perhaps I will try and throw a dagger to sort of maybe the opposite end of wherever Boris attacked it, to try and tell the team that it's this space, that it's very large, and not everyone else has to try and see it or to do that. I'll let you do that right now if you want.
So clearly, the fact that Boris hacked over his head, there's something very tall in front of him that he hit. So if you feel like if you throw it over Boris's head, you feel like it's around there.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will. I'll throw a dagger at him.
Make your attack roll subtract 1 because you're about 10 feet away, and tell me what you get.
Okay. Gosh. I got a 15 plus. Is it plus my my dexterity? Yes. So 17.
It's whatever. So you ought to have that weapon at the bottom of your sheet, and there ought to be a number under attack.
Oh, plus 7. Just kidding. I did much better than that. 22.
All right. So actually, there is like a clanking sound, and it actually does stick in the air over Boris's head. How about you roll damage and tell me what that is?
That is a 1d4, so it's a 1. It wasn't very effective, but now everyone can see where it is.
Can we all see that dagger floating in the air?
Yes, you can.
Excellent.
There is a dagger pierced in something overhead.
Merci, Lucan!
It is my turn. Great. So the thing says, "All lives must go to the king," and it smacks the dagger out of its face, and that clatters to the ground, and then it lays into Boris. And so, Boris, you're the only one that can see this horrible, fishy metal creature lean into you with its 2 claws. And let's see if I roll as well as I did last time. So I have rolled a natural 1 over here, and the other one adds up to 23. So even with your magical plate mail and shield, Boris, it actually does tag you. It actually reaches down, grabs onto your leg, and crushes the metal guard on your leg. And Boris, you do take 8 points of damage from just one single talon.
Very well, my friend.
It is your turn. I'm going to say, Boris, since you're at the lead right now, what do you do?
Boris, he is going to, and now he's talking in third person. Boris is going to slash. Hey, just aim 2 feet above my head, anywhere from here to here, and just kind of slashes at the edges. Just kind of give a general framing.
Thank you.
But yeah.
I'm going to say everybody after you gets a +1 to hit for having framed carefully where the target is.
So the lowest I got is a 24. I got a 24 and a 30.
Those are excellent super hits. So yeah, you have hit it directly in the chest, and you also hack the other arm. What is your total damage?
2 off max damage. So that's 8 and 6, which is 14, plus 7 and 7, which is 14. So 28 damage with
Damn.
Natasha.
Yes, my dear.
Right.
It is glorious tonight, is it not?
So you hack about halfway through the thing's leg, and you hack about halfway through the thing's arm, and only you see this, but you're like shattering the metal scales on the thing, and they go flying around in air, and more green spatters on you and spatters on the ground, and its eyes are blazing with red-hot rage, determined to like grab you by the head and twist your head off next time. Let's see. So Belinus, that's all happening.
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm in the back. I am going to use my longbow because this thing needs to be dead as soon as possible. I believe I can do 2 shots. That's what it says.
Correct.
2 per round.
Correct.
Thunk, thunk. Hopefully. That's a 12 and a 10. So maybe not.
Unfortunately not. So they fly over Boris's head successfully, but then they shatter in midair and they do nothing.
Yeah. Oh well. I tried.
Esniak.
All right. It's going to finish reading the scroll. Despite your suggestion, Boris, I need to see for myself. Reads it. Can you do anything other than read it?
No, that takes up your whole round, unfortunately. So you
Then he's
have
gonna
the detect
continue to hang
invisibility
back.
spell cast on yourself. That will last for 12 minutes, according to my interpretation. And the thing appears in your sight, of course, and you see this horrible, giant, 15-foot tall fish, spindly leg. It's got a big lashing tail that looks like it would probably cut a normal person in half. And suddenly in your invisible sight, it's like shining so brightly that it hurts even to look at it. Never mind what it's trying to do to Boris.
What is... What? I don't... Oh. Yeah.
So congratulations,
he's not getting anywhere near it
Esniak.
yet. He could see it. He's just not getting anywhere near it yet.
It's about 10, 15 feet away from you at this point. Renee, it's your turn.
All right. Are they actually down a slope or stairs or something like that? Is that where the fight is happening from where I'm standing?
They're right at the head of it. They're
head of
immediately behind where this is happening. There are stairs.
Okay. How much head clearance is there above Boris?
Above Boris, about 9 feet.
All right. All right. I take the jug of healing that I'm holding and I set it on the ground and I say, I am putting the jug of healing here on the ground. Nobody kick it. But if you need it, here it is. And I set it on the ground. And I take my staff of power, and I slam it onto the ground. And I send a lightning bolt right over Boris's head.
Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to say that I have said that the thing fills up the whole corridor. So in this particular case, I'm going to say that that works. Roll damage for me. And I'm going to roll a saving throw.
Ugh.
The damage is 31 points.
I did make my saving throw over here. I rolled over 20 here, so I'm going to take half damage, which is 16. Is that right?
It's a 15 if you're rounding down. 31 is total.
Gotcha. All right. So Boris and Esniak, you're the only ones who actually see this, but all of the thing's metal scales arc up with blue electric energy that then flows away into the ground, and the thing shakes for a moment and grimaces, and its teeth spark, and its talons spark with electrical energy, and it's clearly terribly injured, but it is still up, and now even more furious. So well done, Renee. Luckian, it's your turn.
All right, so with backstab damage, I would have to be behind this thing, correct?
Yes, correct. And you would have to be not seen by it, and you would have to be silent.
Okay. Is there enough space within the corridor for me to sort of melt into the shadows to the side and try and push through, because I don't know that it covers the entire hallway, or is there not enough space for that?
You don't know, right? So obviously, since it's invisible, you're not entirely sure. Would you like to try and see if you can squeeze by?
Yeah, I'd like to try. That feels like what I would do. I can't see anything.
Okay, so let's see. Is there a rule that covers this? No, there is not. Esniak, now the thing is bigger than you. Sorry, you're Luckian. The thing is bigger than you expected, so this seems pretty unlikely to me. I'd give it a 1 in 6, but your dexterity is good. So how about you roll a 6-sided die, and this will work if you can roll a 1 or a 2.
Okay. No, that was a 6. So.
Okay. So unfortunately, you try as much as you can. You try to slide up the side of the stone wall, and you run directly into the thing's lashing tail at one point, and you get smacked in the face, and you get driven back about 5 feet.
Gotcha. It's got a tail.
So it's my turn.
So the team knows.
And it again groans. It groans because it's been cut deeply in many places. It's been electrified, and it says, "My death shall be the glory of the king." And it reaches for Boris again. And I'm rolling some dice. And that was okay. So 22 and 27. So those are 2 hits. So I'm rolling 4d6 total damage. So, Boris, you are taking 12 points of damage. As it pushes its talons into your arm and then lashes you in your torso with its tail. And several of your ribs crack at that. But it is your turn, Boris.
Like I say in my country, Das Vidanya.
And he slashes twice. So that's going to be a 9 and 15 is 24, and then a 7 is 23. No, 22.
Yeah, those are hits, actually.
Great. Both of them? Okay.
Not your best strokes, but those actually do connect.
7 and a 6, so that's 13 plus 14, 27 damage.
Okay. So, randomly rolling to see where you hit over here, and 2 head hits. So, you stab your sword up through the thing's jaw, and it comes out the top of its head at one point, and then you pull it down, and a whole bunch of green ichor spills out on top of your face and your torso, and then you cleave with it in the other direction, and you snap its neck right off, and its head falls off and rolls on the ground, and the enormous, colossal body tips over backwards onto the stairs and rolls down, kaboom, 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 spewing invisible green blood as it goes.
Team effort.
Very good,
Your
Boris.
death was
Very good.
glorious indeed. Anybody see that?
I did. It was really good. I saw it. Boris.
And
That
Boris-
was awesome.
Boris is genuinely shocked because all the time he has to fight invisible things and nobody believes him. Somebody actually
started preparing it. It's like, I don't want you to be alone. At camp later on, when you tell the story, I don't want you to feel like everybody thinks you're a liar. You know.
My friend, you have emboldened my heart. No.
Yeah, don't rub it in. I'm not trying to do anything nice for you.
Oh,
Renee, you see your healing potion just float in the air.
Yeah. Just remember, we only have 6 of those.
I might need
All
the
right.
shot of the good stuff.
Who is drinking some of the healing potion? You do only have 6 doses. So, Belenis, how many do you take? 1 or 2, or?
How much do they give me?
D6 plus 1.
D6 plus 1?
Yeah.
We'll start with just 1. It's been a really long time since I had a character die, so it might be fun for that to happen. Maybe several times. We'll see.
Boris is going to he's going to do the typical macho thing. Like,
You know what? On second thought, I just take a drink of water skin.
spits some blood out.
Yeah. Is this creature still here? Does it dissipate, or is it is its body still here?
You do actually, as you look at it, Esniak, you actually do see it starting to turn to vapor, and disappear in your magical sight as you're watching it. If you hadn't been watching, it would have just not been there, but you actually do see it slowly sort of melt away into silvery smoke and drift off, actually back towards the entrance behind you.
Back towards the entrance. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious if you could glean any kind of insight into the nature of the creature from its vaporous disappearance. I don't know what all. I'm looking at like his level and sort of general stat breakdown. I don't know if he knows anything about like extraplanar creatures. Is this bound? Should we expect more of them? Should we got its name first? That kind of thing.
How about I'll let you make a roll for that, actually. You're very high level, and you are a wizard. Maybe. Okay, so how about you roll a d6, and if you get 1 through 4, we'll say
okay.
You've managed to invisibly see one of these before.
Got 2.
2, okay. This is an extra-dimensional creature that some refer to as an invisible stalker. It's cast by the highest possible spell level in original D&D. So only the most powerful wizards can summon these things, can enslave them to service for possibly centuries if the command is worded right. However, this thing is much bigger than anyone you've ever seen before. Normally, you have in fact seen invisible stalkers, and they're only about 8 feet tall, which is bad enough, and this thing was double size.
Right. And they're normally like plate armored like that, like mirrored sort of plates.
Correct.
Okay.
The 1 or 2 times you've seen this before, yes, that's what they look like.
I'll relay the information generally as some sort of creature of ether, visible stalker.
If there are more of them, I do have the ability to create a protective sphere that will keep out conjured creatures. So if this is a thing summoned from another place, I could keep them at bay for a few minutes.
It's good to know. Good to know. You're a good shit, Renee. You're a good shit. All right.
Just out of curiosity, for those of you who could see it, could I have slipped through? Was that within my purview? No? Yes? Maybe?
Almost surely
It was
not.
tangle of limbs. It was tangle of limbs. You probably are okay. You will have your moment. I feel it.
All right, I will do it. I did 1 damage with my dagger, so I collect my dagger.
Yes, you picked your dagger up from where it was thrown. So Renee, maybe you want to look at maybe we should look at the map.
Yes, indeed.
While we're doing that, quick question here: does Esniak's elven cloak and boots do they work underground, or is that just in the wilderness?
They do actually, yeah, they do.
Okay.
They work actually a little
sure
bit
he has
better
those.
in the wilderness, but they do manage to obscure you, sort of in a chameleon fashion, even underground. Yeah.
He wears them all the time. Why wouldn't you? Because they're elven boots and cloak, but he notes them to himself.
Okay. So Esniak pulls his hood over his head, disappears from sight. Are you still carrying the lantern, Esniak?
I think that's a good question.
If you want, I could carry it for you.
Yeah, I think if that's all right, Renee,
Yep, I'm happy to do it.
I'll pass the lantern over.
Yes.
Okay. So Renee's carrying the lantern at this point, and you've got that, and you've got that. Great. Thank you for reminding me. And also, you have incredibly soft shoes that make you almost silent, Esniak, as you walk.
Who's
So,
carrying
looking at
who's carrying the jug of healing at this point?
I think Belinus has
I
it.
think I am.
had it last year.
Yeah,
Good to know.
I'll just hold on to it.
Good.
Hear voice in the ether. Yes.
So looking
Yeah.
around you are at the top of these stairs that go down into the darkness. So tell me if you have other preparations you want to make, or you want to proceed.
So we should push forward quickly while you can still see these things, Esniak.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
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 Do you
Let's go.
want to go first, Esniak? You can go first.
Takes a look at
I'm
the stairs.
not a proud dwarf. You can go first.
Now, I'll remind you, Esniak is a human being and doesn't have infravision. like Belinus does, but can disappear from sight.
Yep.
Shall I scout?
Are you Belinus? Are you stepping back, or you want me
Filthy.
to take the front?
If you could see him, you would see that he has the look of like somebody's dad in high school who's can't admit that he's too scared to be the brave boy. But you can't see that, so you don't know.
I can
go
actually.
ahead.
I can see invisible things
shit,
for the
you
next
can.
12 minutes.
He forgot, and then he remembers.
I see his look of shame, and I will take
see his look of shame.
My place with Boris. Here you go,
Yes.
Boris. Let's go. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It won't last
Yeah.
long.
Okay. So Esniak, you have. I guess you're just barely in front of the rest of the party, so you're still in the light, but you're unseen. Is that right? Or are you going further ahead into the darkness?
Me? Or
Well, I think Esniak's taking the lead. Is that right?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be going slow down the stairs.
Okay.
Are they like? What do they look like? What's the state?
They
of them?
look very old. They're clearly made out of stone, carved out of the rock of the earth. It looks like many footsteps have gone up and down them over the centuries. So, like the edges are a little bit rounded, but they look like solid stone.
Okay. I think he's going to go using his pole arm to test the step in front of him as he goes down.
Okay.
You know, looking out for rickety flagstones or any other nefarious business.
Great. You're very intelligent, so you have a capacity, the way I run this, you have the capacity to find traps like that a little bit better than some people. So you go down one pace, you go down a second pace, you go down a third pace, you come to, as the lantern is brought up behind you, you see the end of the stairs, and actually the floor smooths out, and you get to the bottom of those stairs there, and it seems like the passageway just opens up to the north. I'm going to open this up like 30 feet or so. So you're currently standing at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're currently standing at the base of the stairs, but you can see about 6 paces ahead, about 30 feet.
Okay. All right. Looks solid. Go on down. Safe.
Great. And what do you do then?
Esniak's just going to wait for them to catch up. He's going to keep an eye forward. You know, he's not looking, behind him just to make sure that nothing creeps up on us from ahead. But he's going to wait till he hears them come up behind him. Here's the rest of the party.
Yeah, we'll say they're right behind you on the stairs at this point.
Okay. As long as nobody objects, and Esniak's kind of in a, I'm going to do it if nobody says no. So he's just going to keep creeping forward at a slow and steady pace.
Okay. Are you still slowly tapping with your polearm, or you're going to move faster than that?
He's not right now. The Ra-Hotep, somebody who can keep invisible stalkers bound indefinitely and whatever is not to be trifled with. And so Esniak didn't get to be the level he did by being stupid. He's going to take this cautiously.
Okay. So you go 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet. Okay, so you get about 20 feet from the stairs, and like anyone who is less than genius level intelligence would notice this. But your the end of your polearm does actually graze a groove in the floor, and you can feel that there is something about 10 feet in front of you.
Like perpendicular to the walls?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. All right. Hold up. Wait a second. Something wrong with the floor. I don't like this. And he's going to stop and ask for Renee to bring the lantern up. See if we can get a better look.
Bring it up. What is it? Something mechanical or magical something?
He's going to use the end of his pole arm and just sort of like see if he can't trace the edges of the crack or the seam.
Yeah, it feels like there's a square groove here in the floor, like might possibly be a pivoting section of floor directly ahead of you. It almost does. You push against it, and you can detect a teeny tiny little bit of give to it. Normal people would not be able to detect that, but you can detect there's some. It seems like there's a shifting section of floor directly in front of you. Probably about 10 feet
Esniak's going to spend some time. Esniak's going to spend a second or two remarking on how incredible he is to himself, and then it's going.
You can.
Luckian, can
This is
you?
something you can do something about.
Yes. Does Luckian have any familiarity with this kind of trap? Is this something where they might be able to tell what depressing it might do? Or is disarming a trap?
I don't know. How do you? Yeah, you don't intuit immediately what this could be. Do you manipulate it or explore it in some way to find out?
Yes. I'd like to either. Luckian would like to try and figure out what the if this is something where the wall's going to give away, or there's going to be some kind of attack coming, or what kind of situation will happen if this should be depressed and then we should walk away or not. So I guess it's more of a figure out what the trap does than a disarm trap situation, or can loop those both in.
Let me know if you need any help.
I'm going to say, so with you with Luckian and Esniak working together, kind of like with your fingers around the edge of it, you do find a couple of scrape marks close to the walls that indicates maybe it's a pivoting panel that might pivot up. But it seems like it has to be very thick, right? Maybe it's pivoted up and scraped the wall at some point in the past. But it has to be very, very thick, and it seems like it would have to put a lot of weight on it to make it do that.
Question, Luckian. You want me to I could tie a rope around you, and then if something happened, I could pull you back.
That is actually a very good idea, I think. So Luckian would like to do that and then try and very, very cautiously, very carefully step on the stone depression to see what happens.
So Luckian, you have the rope that Esniak brought at the start of the adventure here tied around yourself, and I'm just going to check what's supposed to happen here.
Esniak's got it in two hands.
Seems solid. Seems like you're standing on that area now, and nothing has happened to you, Luckian, the elf.
Interesting.
Perhaps there's more weight, or is on the other side.
Luckian is going to try and walk to the other side of the depression so that the rope is across the way, so that we can be slowly walking across it.
You get to the other side.
Successfully? Okay.
Yep.
Be very careful, guys. Who wants to try it next?
Now, Luckian, I'll point out, with your
rope.
infravision, you can see a little bit further up the corridor, and you can see that just beyond this, there is an intersection.
Interesting.
Okay.
Can Luckian try and listen to hear noise to see if they can hear anything further down the passageway?
You're listening very carefully. You cannot hear anything at all. There might be like a scraping sound far away, like a scraping sound somewhere. You can't tell. It could be any one of those passages.
Okay.
Maybe you imagined that. That probably didn't actually happen. Maybe you imagined that.
Luckian is very suspicious. Tells the group that there's an intersection that they don't hear anything. Tries to brace themselves with the other half of the rope. I think maybe we should walk across this one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. So Boris goes up to the trap, and you hear him mumbling to Natasha. It's like, do you see anything out of the ordinary here? Because it says that she can see shifting walls. And as we all know, a floor is just a wall you walk on, right? Like...
thank you for the argument. Boris and Natasha are going to reject that. No, unfortunately, floors are not walls in a different direction.
They're not the same structural element.
Let's put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Force is just swelling.
This is an
Tell that
Inception.
to the fight scene in Inception.
Good try, but we're going to say no. We're going to say no in this adventure. And others that
Good
I
call,
DM.
DM. Good call.
Thank you.
Is Luckian noticeably lighter than the rest of us?
Luckian is a little bit lighter than the rest of you.
Not
Just wondering.
Not so
Just trying to
naturally
adjudicate the danger level here of being the next
Yeah,
person.
And
I'm with you
carrying
there.
very little gear, right? Luckian wears leather armor, has a sword and a helmet, and that's actually about it. So Luckian is both kind of slender, small, and is carrying the least amount of gear.
All right.
What if we do this?
I will volunteer
Boris
to
pulls
go
out. Boris pulls out his hammer and chisel, and he sticks the chisel at the corner and like hammers it in to a corner of the little square.
Great, with your chisel. So you're trying to, what are you trying to do with that, Boris?
See if I can maybe like stick this thing. If it does rotate, and I'm able to wedge this in there, perhaps I can keep it from rotating, and give us a little bit of an edge getting across here.
I'll say, so you're experienced enough, like the chisel is thin enough, maybe that's not the best implement. You might consider using one of the spikes that you're carrying, I believe.
Oh, well, let's pull this out.
And he pulls one of the pitons for climbing,
Okay.
and
Exactly.
hammers that into a corner.
So you successfully hammer that in there. I'll say maybe that will roll dice at some point if that becomes important.
Okay.
You feel like the spike is clearly driven into that spot, and you've got it in that crack spot.
And he turns around and looks at everybody.
Don't worry, it's fine.
All right. Renee will very
looks real secure.
gingerly try to walk across, like testing each
Okay.
step, like see if it takes his weight.
You walk across, Renee.
All right. Yeah, it's not a problem. I go and I help Luckian hold.
See?
Yeah, if Renee and I are holding on one side and Esniak is holding on the other, theoretically, when Boris and Blanius walk past, they should be able to put some weight on the rope, which should help.
Or at least they could hold on to it if it falls.
If they fall, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Give it
Sounds
a
good.
try. Come on.
We
Who
believe
goes
in you.
I'll do it.
Holiness, you want me to toss you across? I am very strong.
That's
I think I've heard that
dwarfism.
somewhere before. No,
Okay, my dwarf friend.
I'm a big boy, but I'm light on my feet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's gonna.
So Boris
Scary.
walks across holding onto the rope, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you get across. Bellinus is across.
Nice.
I'll play.
Well, I guess it is my turn to practice what I preach.
And he grabs the rope and begins to go across.
Okay. Now you're wearing plate mail armor, and you're a pretty big gentleman, and you walk across. It's fine.
All right.
Esniak,
We're all holding the
Just
rope.
jump and I will pull
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, he's going to hold the rope. He's got the rope in one hand, pole arm in the other, and he's going to just walk as fast as he can across it, holding onto the rope, and he's just going to do it like he's seen everybody else do it.
So Esniak is among the largest people, and you have quite a bit of equipment with you. Actually, the thing actually does start to pivot. So at this point, Boris, I'm going to ask to see how well your spiking went. So if you could roll a d6, and if you roll a 1 through 4, you successfully stuck the thing. Otherwise, Esniak might take a tumble.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, so you actually it does actually stick. There's a little bit of like a half-inch jolt, but Esniak, you get across safely, and it seems like you're pretty confident this is safe for future travel as well. So well done with that.
Okay.
You're all on the other side of the possibly dangerous pit. Let me see, Esniak,
Okay.
your see invisibility spell has expired. That goes away.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you do now?
It is smooth sailing from here on out. I can feel it.
You're doing pretty well.
This
Let's
is
Go ahead,
maybe
Lucky.
nothing. But I thought I maybe heard a bit of a scratching noise up ahead. Should I investigate, or do we want to keep having Esniak with the staff? That was pretty good.
But you seem pretty light on your feet. Perhaps you could, and you have the glowy eyes, yeah, da?
True. If everyone is in agreement, Luckin will go to the intersection and try to listen again to see if they can hear where the sound is coming from.
Great. Get in the center of the intersection so you can hear all three ways.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you are standing there, and I'll roll the listen check. Remind me what your listen bonus is, Luckin?
My listening bonus. I just have thief skills listed. Does that count as all of them? No.
I think you have plus
hear
3,
noise.
right? I think it says climb, hear noise, plus 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you feel like there might be. No, you don't hear anything. You thought for a second, but no, they're totally silent in all directions.
Where did I think that I might have heard something from?
You can't tell.
All right.
Now, where you are again with your infravision, you can see further down all the corridors, and it goes at least 30 feet in each direction.
I creep back to the party to let them know. Does anyone have a strong directional feeling between forward, left, and right?
The left is always good for me.
Take a look. Let's go
Left.
take a look.
Yes.
What are the walls here? Bare stone? Do they have anything on them?
They
or-
are. That is correct. They are bare stone. Yep. Clearly carved through the natural rock of the cliff face.
Okay. Anything on the floors that would indicate like any if a route were traveled at one point or less traveled or anything like from the intersection?
Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so Esniak, you're looking around there, and it looks, again, since it's like solid granite, it doesn't make very much of a mark. But Esniak,
Sure.
looking around, it seems like there is a groove around the middle of the intersection that you are standing on, like this.
Oh, okay. So there's one right there.
I will point out you are standing in the middle of it right this very second.
So as soon as he notices that, he's going to leap to the south. So
Okay. Roll a d6 and roll 1 through 5.
okay, that's 2.
Okay, so Esniak jumps from the middle of that to back to the south side, and you're back with your friends in the southern passage.
Did something bite you?
Look, it's another one of those Look at this, and he's like get down and show. I don't know
Lord,
what
I
these
didn't-
are.
Should we trip one?
Does it
to see
seem
what's
like the
over
same one as the last one?
It does, yes. It actually seems very similar to the last one, yep.
Okay. Well, we don't have
Perhaps
another
there is
chisel.
underground network. Oh well.
Um,
I have 4 more pitons, and he pulls another one out
Oh,
and goes
Yeah,
up to the
go
corner
for
and
it.
hammers it in.
Okay. So Boris has hammered another spike into the edge of the groove there. So it seems like you did the same job as last time.
sure.
um,
The passage hasn't turned since we entered it, right? Like from the initial
Correct.
entrance to this,
It's been-
it's been one straight.
Yep.
Which of the, actually, I'm going to talk to Belinus. Like Belinus, I
Yes.
I don't want to come across as rude, but you're a dwarf, so you got to know about underground things.
Yep.
Which direction takes us further in,
I mean,
like into the rock face?
I mean,
Keep going straight. Turn. Where would you?
I mean, doesn't it seem like we went into the rock face? We're still going that way.
I agree, Bellamus.
So-
Your instincts are correct.
Okay, good.
Bellamus
Very
is
good.
going to just point this way and just look at you.
It could have zigged and zagged. Could have zigged and zagged.
Did you feel a zig and zag? Dwarves do not have a monopoly on zigging and zagging.
I'm never. Esniak has resolved to never speak to Belinus again. Left or straight ahead?
Now I'll point
I'm
out that
fine
you're
with.
both invisible, so that's the only way you can communicate. So apparently it is.
Oh yeah, and I pointed.
He's just bickering.
Yeah, correct, exactly. So
Bickering.
no information has been passed at all.
That's very funny. Luckily, knowing that these traps are fairly common here, can perhaps go very slowly down the straight ahead passage and try and suss out if there's another one there. And if they come to one, sort of back off, and then try again to the left and see if there is one, and then back off, assuming that wherever the trap is the correct direction.
So it sounds like you're traveling north, Luckian, and you're scanning the floor as well as you can for other pit type traps.
Yes.
Is that right?
Walking very softly, very quietly.
Making some rolls over here for possibly detecting unseen, invisible, catchy type things. You go 10 feet, you go 20 feet, you go 30 feet, you go 40 feet, actually, and you see... I don't mean to be trying a thing here. I mean to be revealing a thing. You see that passage dead ends, actually.
Okay. Well, now we know. Back off and try again to the left, I guess. Unless you guys have a different...
Bellamus, are you searching it all like really thoroughly? Like the end of it and everything? Like search? Like...
Luckian will pop back, and Bellamus can... You can tell me to do that. Luckian wouldn't have searched. Would have just been like, this one's a give up.
Oh, then, yeah.
I mean, who
Bellamus.
tunnel to nowhere?
Bellamus is particularly good. These passages are made of stone, right?
Correct.
Bellamus will, like, I'll take a look myself because he's good at that. And he'll search the walls of the whole dead end and see if he sees anything hidden, anything trapped, anything in the stonework that seems off.
All right. So, Bellamus, you're not the smartest, you're not the sharpest blade in the scabbard.
No.
But you are a dwarf, and you are searching stone, so I'm going to give you a +1 to possibly find any secrets, if there are anything here. Amazingly enough, with your cunning stone sense, Bellamus, you actually do find near the bottom of the wall, you find like a weird kind of protrusion that would, to normal people, look like just normal stonework, but this does not look like how granite should be shaped. And it seems like a knob that you might possibly be able to manipulate.
Oh. Is there anything about it which gives it away as anything... It just looks like a doorknob? Like that sort of thing?
It looks like maybe a latch that might unlock a thing to you.
Oh. Okay, well I will announce this and sort of give this information to everybody else.
Ooh, nicely
I
done.
will attempt to unlatch it if I can, because I'm
All right.
yes.
You
Foolhardy.
twist it a bit, you turn it, and there's a clicking sound, and there is, in fact, a very narrow portal. It's about 1.5 feet wide, and it's about 4 feet high, that depresses, again, it's a stench of very old air comes bursting out of the space beyond, and it grinds slowly to the side out of sight. And you actually have opened up a space beyond. Let's see here. It's supposed to be revealing areas like this. And I'm going to draw the little space here that opens up there.
Oh.
So the little rectangle that I just drew is the space that goes into a chamber,
Passageway.
a hidden chamber beyond from where you are. Yep.
Oh. And I'll just call out, secret door! Over here.
Well done, Velinus.
Velinus. Yes. I'll just come over here. Smells terrible.
Do the rest of you walk up the north passage there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. That's what I wanted. So you are all with Belinus right there, and you could turn the knob and close it if you're afraid of what's past, or one of you could be the first one to go in.
All right.
I think we should
well,
go,
Lucky's,
but yeah. Look in. You can go first. You're good at this.
Lucky's kind of embarrassed that they walked down this and completely missed that. So they will try and crawl through this hole bravely.
So Lucky, and you have to kind of duck down, and you kind of have to waddle through, and you walk through, and then you get your full height, and you look around with your elven infravision, and the place doesn't smell very good, but you find yourself here. There's my little pointy thing. There you go. That's where you're standing right there. So you look around, and yeah, this area is not bare stone now. It's sheathed in obsidian shingles, walls, floor, ceiling overhead, all black, engraved with like spiraling lines and designs. Straight ahead of you, there are 3 sarcophagi. From left to they're different materials. From left to right, these 3 sarcophagi are made out of iron and cedar and brass. To the left of you, there is a funerary boat, about 10 feet long, religious wood oak boat, basically. And to the right of you, there is actually where these things are. Didn't quite get my map right. But to the right of you, there is a stone altar about 10 feet long with engraved on the front of it, about 3 feet high, the shape of a crux ansata, a cross with a loop at the top, engraved into the face that you're looking at, where I guess I should draw where the altar is right here. And then the other 2 things, there are 2 statues of men in a very ancient type of armor holding swords. So the statues themselves are stone, but they actually have metal armor encased on top of the statues.
Oh, those statues are going to kill us. I look back and I just say, it's a puzzle, guys. We found a puzzle.
Yeah.
Well, this is clearly, from what you know of history, I mean, this is clearly a burial chamber, and you have found the tomb of Ra-Hotep. Well done.
Well, we're done, I think.
Well, if you can survive in this final end tomb at the end of the tomb of Ra-Hotep, but you haven't found the treasury room yet, have you now?
60 feet straight forward, and we found it.
I crawl through you said it's the low space, right? It's like only like 4 feet tall. So I hunch down and I crawl through. And I say, where is it? Where is the magical artifacts?
Renee pulls up the lantern, and light spills into the otherwise dark room.
Is everyone else coming in?
I'm good.
And say,
I'm going to listen real hard.
Okay, so Balinus, you're still standing outside but listening. Esniak, are you inside or outside?
I think... Does it require Esniak to crawl on his hands and knees?
No, you can crouch. You can crouch.
Okay.
4 feet.
I think he might look, and it's kind of... I mean, I'm looking at the grid. It's 5. Like, it feels like it'd be cramped in there. There's a big boat. There's called his, like... He's got a pole arm. I think I'm going to stay out.
Okay, great. So Belinus and Esniak playing it safe. Renee, Lucky, and Boris. Where do you think the treasure is?
All right.
Well,
There are 3 sarcophagi. There's this boat.
Correct.
The boat is
Correct.
is the boat enclosed, or is it just like an open? Like, is it like a? Does it have a lid, or is it like a canoe? Like what?
Yeah, it is open, kind of like a canoe shaped. Actually, looks in the form of a riverboat, but it is open, and you look in it, and it has scattered a large number of copper coins.
And
very fantastic.
And you said iron, cedar, and brass?
Correct. Yeah. Iron, cedar, and brass are the 3 sarcophagi.
See, if one of them was gold, we would know not to touch that one, but otherwise. So the altar has writing on it, you said? Some kind of, just the symbol, or is there anything else on it?
Right, exactly. So the altar, the face of it that you're looking at has engraved in it the symbol of what's called a crux ansata, which is a cross, except it has a loop at the top.
Has Luckin done any research into this tomb, this tomb, enough to know if they held cedar in high regard, or if they were the type of folk to go and anything about it, any background?
Unfortunately, you do not. So the time of King Ra-Hotep was so long ago, millennia ago, that you have lost all records of what their culture was like.
Okay. Do we still got that rope? Esnek has
Esnek has the rope, so we can pass it in if you want. Yep.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
Being very cautious, Luckin would like to tie up one of the statues that they worry is going to come to life when they pick the wrong sarcophagus.
Interesting. Do you pick the one on the left or the right?
The one on the left.
Great. So you it's 50 feet of rope, so you bind it many, many times around, all around its arms and its legs, and you tie a very firm knot. And you think any normal person would clearly not be able to move in that. So you feel pretty confident that you've tied up the statue.
All right. Well, perhaps that will buy us some time.
Guy, no? They're probably
your
treasure.
guess is one of them will be. The other 2 will be full of spiders and death. How do we
The other thing I will point out, Luckin, since you were looking at the altar, is that behind the altar on the wall there are 3 levers.
Oh ho! I would like to investigate those levers, please.
Great. So you kind of wedge your way between the statue and the altar, and you're looking at the wall behind there. So right, if my pointer will work. So right here, and there's just enough space for a single person to get in behind there and manipulate the 3 levers. They're currently in the up position, and it looks like if you applied pressure, you could move them to the down position if you wanted to.
All right. Seems like we can simply open one of these. Do you guys want to look around and see if there's anything on them? See if they look like they've been moved before.
You're assuming that the levers do something to the sarcophagi? Is that?
I assume so. There's 3 and 3.
Could be.
I'm not like a
correlation does not necessarily mean causation, but I agree.
And Boris will have his sword out at the ready, but go up and investigate the sarcophagi without touching.
I do have, for today, I have 1 casting of Detect Magic. I could cast it at some point and look about.
Not a bad idea.
It would be nice to be able to see what is inside the sarcophagi, but I could start, and then maybe... How long does that last? Maybe a few minutes? Maybe...
Yeah, probably 6 minutes.
6 minutes? So I cast it, I look around, I give you the all clear, and then we open one, yes?
3 minutes. My bad. 3 minutes.
3 minutes, so not very much time to look into sarcophagi.
My concern is that they're all going to be magic in some way if they are connected to the statues. You're right, Boris. Correlation does not equal causation, but I worry that there are 3 levers, 3 sarcophagi, 2 statues. That feels very pointed. All right. You're right. I think, though, we...
Natasha can be very pointed sometimes. She does not like that joke. Also, hey!
I'm sorry.
All right, I will be clean. I will use it. Let's see. Let's find out if maybe the statues are not even magic. So
Very true.
I cast my detect magic and I scan the room.
So Renee, you're looking around the room. The funerary boat is not magical, and neither is anything in it. You can't see that the sarcophagi are magical. They're sealed up pretty well, so there could be something inside, and you would have no idea about it.
Yep.
The statues are themselves not magical. However, the armor on the one that Luckian did not tie up, the armor on the one on the right, actually glows magical. And the altar in your sight glows magical, and so do the levers.
All right. So the armor on that statue is magic, and the altar has a magical aura, and the levers as well.
Correct.
But
Interesting.
not the sarcophagi. No, if there's something magic inside one of the sarcophagi, I could not tell you. So if you want to open one up, now would be the time.
Do we want to redo my tie job on the correct statue, or perhaps try and divest it of its armor before we do this?
Well,
Where do we all feel?
Our friend here has limited magic, and I agree we should use it as much as possible.
All right.
I vote second lever.
You vote second. What do you vote?
What was
Renee?
that, Boris?
I vote
Let's vote
second
for
lever.
number 2. That's the cedar. Renee?
Yeah, any lever is fine. We don't know what any of them do, so whichever one you like.
So, now I'm a little confused whether you're talking sarcophagi or levers. So
Yes,
the sarcophagi.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No,
again,
lever.
Assuming that they connect. We're talking about the levers. So
Okay.
Boris is pick number 2.
Let me just reiterate though. We could just open one of the sarcophagi. Like we just lift the lid and ignore the lever. Just open it.
I have crowbar too.
Yes.
All right. Why not?
So Boris, it seems like you're right. So Boris or Luckian, what? It doesn't sound like Renee's actually doing it. He's just encouraging other people to do the thing.
So this is how one stays alive.
Why don't you try the lever
levers-
first?
Yeah, since the levers are both hidden and magic, Luckian is going to hit one of them, but they are going to call out to Esniak and Belenius quietly. Just name a number between 1 and 3. This is how we solve puzzles. 1 and 3.
Esniak has moved on from the door. I was waiting for you guys to finish. He's stepped away from the noise a bit. But if he hears that, he might, 1.
I heard 1. I heard 1 is what I heard.
I heard 1 and I've heard a 2. Belenius?
2.
All right, 2 it is. Luckian's going to hit lucky lever number 2.
Okay.
Is the
So
power
Luckian,
of democracy.
you grab onto the steel lever and you throw it down, and there's a clicking sound, and there's an enormous grinding, rumbling sound from beneath your feet from someplace, and then right nearby you on the altar, there's a sizzling sound, and electricity runs and plays over the top of the altar, and when it gets done, there is a copper crux ansata sitting on top of the altar. Renee, maybe you could show us what it looks like.
It looks like these.
Oh.
And it's made out of copper.
That is interesting.
How big is it?
What was that, Renee?
Sorry, how large? How? What size is it?
About this big, about 9 inches to a foot.
Is it magic?
Yes.
It has a magical aura.
Is there like
Yes,
a
it does.
space on the copper? Oh wait, this is copper. The other thing's brass. Those are two different. Okay.
Correct.
Damn.
I lift it off of the altar.
Renee, you momentarily feel lightheaded as you pick it up. It's not an unpleasant sensation, but you feel dizzy just for a second.
Oh, I feel a little.
And then it
funny.
passes.
Oh. I will myself to fly to the ceiling.
Nope. Is that a power you normally have, Renee? If that's a power you normally have, Renee, tell me.
Yes, but I want to see if this thing can make me do it.
It doesn't happen. No, that doesn't happen right now.
No, use it.
It was good effort.
Shall I hit the other two just to see?
Why not?
Why not? All right. This one's for Esniak, and I pull number 1.
Click. There's another rumble from underground someplace, and a sizzling sound, and another one of these devices materializes on top of the altar. Except that this one is made out of iron.
Is
Gotcha.
it magic?
It is magical. Yes.
It is magical as well.
Yes.
All right. I'll hit the third one.
Wait,
Like he throws the other
from
without
outside?
waiting for anything. Throws the other quick.
I try to snatch the thing off the altar before it
I would wait until it is grabbed.
Okay. You get it. You get it, Renee. And this one, a terrible feeling comes over you. A feeling of weakness, like the strength is being drained directly out of your body. I will give you a saving throw versus spells before your strength gets drained out of you. Please roll a d20, add your level, and tell me if you get 20 or more.
I've rolled a 26.
All right, so you manage to drop it. You manage to drop it in time, and it
drop it.
clangs on top of the altar, bounces off onto the ground, and you narrowly avoid losing a large amount of your physical strength ability.
Oh, that one did not make me feel well at all. Oh,
right.
I do not recommend that one.
The
Can
third
we
one will be
hear all
great.
this outside in the hallway?
You
You say there's rumbling, right? Can we hear all this
Yeah.
out in the hallway?
Yes,
There's
you
rumbling.
can. Yep. Right. Yep. The
Renee is
whole corridor.
not being quiet.
It doesn't sound like it.
Throwing
So,
metal onks on the ground.
because I had wanted Esniak to actually go back towards, like, halfway towards the intersection. He just wants to, like, see what happened, like, what it's like here. And I guess if it starts rumbling, he's going to be very curious if anything comes and checks it out, or, he's just, like, posted up on the west wall about midway. Just, like, leaning
Okay.
against a wall.
Yeah, you're looking kind of south, making sure that because you are in a dead end there, that no monsters block you off and pin you in the
Sure.
bottleneck. So you're keeping an eye on that. Hasn't happened yet. If that happens, you will be the first to know, Esniak.
Okay, cool.
Very smart.
There's nothing
So,
else
I
in the
think-
dungeon. There's nothing else in the dungeon that reacts to the rumbling here. Like, there's no other noise somewhere else or anything like that.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Other than the rumbling stops and then it's just totally silent again.
Okay. That's all I need.
It's
So
very
look,
good
and there's
that
one
someone-
lever. There's one lever left. Do you throw that?
Absolutely, I do. This one's
Like,
gonna
he
be
grabs on the last lever, throws it. There's another big rumbling sound from beneath it, and Esniak, you're backed up against the wall trying to hold your balance while this happens. And there's a sizzling sound, and another one of the devices materializes from nowhere on top of the altar, except that this one is made of brass.
Is it
So there's
magic?
two.
It
There's
is
one
magical,
copper, one
yes.
brass, one iron.
It is
Okay.
also magical, and I think I would decline to pick this one up.
Perhaps he can just I just kind of like use my sword to knock it off the altar. Just kind of tap it.
Okay. It falls off, clang, onto the stone floor.
So we have one iron, one copper, one brass. Do we want to try the copper one on the cedar? So two odd ones out? Or some such? I don't know. Let's try the sarcophagi.
Okay, all
See
right.
if it's like
There's
a-
copper in both.
I like to do things, so I take the I heard an idea. I take the copper onk thing.
But there is copper over in both. Don't know. Maybe it is both of copper.
There's a very large treasure in the funerary boat of, I would say, 1,000 copper pieces.
That's a lot of pennies.
Oh, wow.
We are here for magic and gems.
That is a lot.
Is the treasury of Ra-Hotep. 1,000 copper pieces. You can take it and be happy with that.
That is 1,000 lucky days.
That is not the treasury of Ra-Hotep. The ghost
I'd
told
take a
me
souvenir, though.
that it's not.
I take the copper ankh. I know I'm using the wrong word.
Right.
You called it something else, Dan.
A crux ansata. But if you want to call it an ankh in your terminology, I will accept that. That's fine. I'll know what you mean.
I take the crux ansata, and I touch the copper crux ansata to the what did you say, cedar? To the cedar sarcophagi.
You go to the sarcophagus in the middle, which is made out of cedar. Touching it nothing seems to happen. You look briefly around it. You don't see any place where this would connect to it. That doesn't seem to make any difference.
All right.
There is a lid. I mean, you can see the lid on it. It's kind of sealed up, but maybe if someone was strong, you could try to just pull it off.
Would you like me to assist you, my friend? You
Yes.
gave me the strength. Let me use it for you.
Yes. I want
And,
to see if the treasure is in here.
Like any good treasure hunter, it's time to take the crowbar out. And
So Boris is trying to just pry off the top of the cedar sarcophagus in the middle. Renee, are you helping him, or are you standing back at a safe
I'm
distance?
standing back at a safe distance. I know Boris is as strong as a hill giant right now, and I'm pretty sure he can handle
That
it.
is correct. And he also has a crowbar, and I'm going to give him +1 for that. So sort of. Okay, this just automatically happens. Anyway, so Boris he smashes into the side of it with a crowbar, pries it off, and it flies about 7 feet into the air, and lands with a crash on the other side of the sarcophagus. And inside, there is a mummy, wrapped up in bandages, lying in the sarcophagus. And I'm rolling here, and that's what you see. Clutched to its chest, it holds 3 large bottles of glowing blue fluid that you feel the bottles might possibly hold as many as, say, like around 12 ounces of fluid each.
Is my detect magic still going? And if so, is any of that magic?
Yes, the fluid is magical.
Ah, the fluid there is magic. Perhaps some kind of potions.
Perhaps I will release these fluids from its death grasp, so to speak, and reach forward to try to take these potions.
You reach the hands are very, they're ancient hands wrapped up in old bandages, clutching it. You pull it. And Boris pulls it out and he breaks the fingers off, and dust flies up. But you have the magical potion bottles.
There are 3.
Yeah, excellent.
I say we split between those brave enough to enter the room.
he kind of yells that through the hallway.
What's taking so long? Did you find the main treasury?
It's called scouting.
We found the magic
There are
potions.
interesting things in here. You should maybe come inside.
You don't want somebody
Sorry.
to shore up the rear? Make
Stay
sure
out here.
nothing comes upon us? And hearing
That's
all the
what I thought.
ridiculous amount of noise they were making?
They don't appreciate those of us that watch their back, do they?
Exactly.
Esniak's going to go in. I got you. I'm sorry about earlier. I will talk to you again. I'm sorry. And Esniak's going to go into this false
A single
chamber.
tear falls down Balinus's cheek, and this, for the first time, nobody can see.
No one can see. He's going to go in the chamber and check it out, see what the fuss is.
So Esniak, you crouch down and you invisibly walk into the chamber, and silent, and no one knows that you're there.
He'll reveal himself as he comes in.
Oh.
Throw the cloak back.
So Esniak appears among you in the tomb of Ra-Hotep, just
I point
as the
at
3 of them split up the magical potion bottles.
I point at
Sure.
the crux on the ground, the iron one, and I say, "Don't touch that."
Yeah.
There
And
are
he's gonna
2,
give-
I
he's-
believe. I
Right,
believe there
but I
are
point
2 on the
specifically
ground.
at the iron one.
Right.
At the iron one,
So
okay.
the other one no one's touched, correct?
I'm still holding the
correct.
copper one.
Correct.
You're holding
Copper,
the copper, and the
iron, and
or
brass.
brass has never been touched. Okay.
Gotcha. Brass. Okay. And then there's an altar. The thing. Is there any writing? Is there any decoration or hieroglyphics or anything in here?
No. So obsidian, black panels, roof and ceiling,
Okay.
and there's scroll work, line designs, but it doesn't look like they're letters, and it doesn't look like it's depictive of anything in particular.
It looks like
Okay.
maybe there is some on this, though. I hold up the.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Is there a place that I could have that set down and my scroll at the same time? Like the boat is there room in the boat to just kind of have them both without needing to touch them?
Yes. Yes, if you want.
Okay. Well, this is the copper one. Sorry, this is the copper one, right?
This is the
You're
copper one.
you're holding it.
Correct.
Yes. Actually,
Never mind.
I mean, I'll take the copper one over and compare it without touching it to the
Right.
iron one on the ground. Is it the same symbols?
They're identical, yeah.
Okay.
So
And
the writing is the same. This one made me feel a little lightheaded when I picked it up. If you want it, or if you want me to place it somewhere so you don't have to touch it.
Let's just kick it out of the way.
No, I mean this one, the copper one I'm holding. It made me feel like.
Oh, I see what you mean. I
when
thought you
touched
meant get the iron one out of the way.
No, the iron one is terrible. Don't beat that one up.
It's terrible. I'm not touching it.
And the brass
No, I
one-
want to read this. I want to read this. I've got to read languages on my scroll, and if I'm reading it right, that's 12 minutes of being able to decipher incomprehensible languages. And he's going to just read, unless it. Let me put it like this: he's going to start reading it to himself. If it sounds like it's a spell, he's not going to speak. But if it sounds like it's something innocuous, then he'll start repeating. He'll start reading aloud. But he wants to test it without uttering anything first.
Understood. So you do that, Esniak?
Yeah.
Okay. So Esniak unrolls his scroll, activates your read languages ability. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And looking holding the copper crux ansata, looking very carefully at it. Now it's pictorial, so it doesn't actually seem to be writing to you, but you can decipher a little bit of the story. Basically, it seems like it's a story of life unfolding. The top part seems to be symbols of inception and birth and growth, and then the middle part seems to be growing maturity from the beginning of one's active life to when one is aged, and then the symbols down below seem to be show men and women who are elderly, losing their strength, and then finally boarding a boat and crossing the water into the unlife.
Okay. All right. So it's seems like a religious icon of some kind. Esniak kind of digs this. It's very simple. It's very regimented, straightforward. Seems like this seems like a good deal. And he'll just he'll let him know this is what it is.
So not letters, not words, clearly not a spell that could be cast, but an overall pictorial image of people moving through their life and entering the boat and sailing across to the undeath.
Yeah. Sounds good. He'll let him know. And he'll compare, as long as he's got the spell up, he'll compare the other ones just looking over at him and having the light and just reading them where they were.
They are identical. They have the exact same symbols, just different materials.
Okay.
They seem to have some kind of magical effects on them. They all radiate magic, and as you saw, or as you heard, when I picked up the iron one, it nearly sapped all my strength from my body. So perhaps they are simply cursed. Perhaps.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't keep showing up in your pack.
I have heard about these things being cursed.
I came prepared. Well, you have that
What
one there.
about these other two lids?
You should open it.
Brass or iron? I think we pay the iron price.
That's a different thing. We've only investigated the middle the middle coffin,
Correct.
right?
The middle one made of cedar, right?
Can I take a look at the one on the left, the iron one, before Boris pries it open to see if there's any weirdness, anything different from the cedar one, any indications, any...
Well...
Discord.
Sorry about that.
So you're looking at the iron one on the left very carefully. Has to be different construction. It's not made of wood, obviously. So this one has smoother sides. Does not have any inscriptions on it. Has a rounded top, sort of suggestive of a human body. And you don't see anything else of interest in that.
All right. This one looks safe. Let's try it. Boris, if you do the honors again. With your crowbar.
And Boris is
Now, this
really
one's-
trying not to drink this potion. Like, he really wants to just drink it. But he has that streak in him. But he didn't make it here being dumb. So he's going to take that nervous energy into trying to lift this iron lid.
Okay, so once again, normal strength people, I would require a difficult strength check, but Boris currently does have giant strength. So heavier than the cedar lid, you just pick it up. There's like a rush of air that hasn't been out in a while. You just tip it to the side. There's an enormous clong.
Ugh.
It
Smells like mummy toots.
Inside, there is a mummy. And it's wearing a fabulous bejeweled necklace.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Is the detect magic
That
still
would
on?
look good on you, would it not, Natasha? If you were to don that necklace.
Spell is on, it's not magic.
It's not magic, but might be valuable.
It is very valuable.
Go
You
for
look at it, it has a dozen rubies on it, and they are about this big, and looking at them, you feel that they are worth about 500 silver pieces each.
I will just hold on to this for the team.
Luckin picks it up off the mummy's neck.
500
You have-
pieces is nice, but
Ra-Hotep's
not a lot.
royal jewels of 12
That's very
500
nice.
silver piece gems.
Just gonna slide that into the pocket.
Is that
Cool. That's not
him
nothing.
then? Is this the guy? The mummy?
Ra-Hotep. Ra-Hotep is
Surely
supposed
not.
to have this powerful amulet. This is what I am looking for.
This is probably
Right.
just like a
Arcane
mistress
artifact.
or
Right.
something.
This is chump change. Let's find the real vault.
No, that would buy at least two wooden houses in a town.
Oh, listen, I got a whole
Fair.
quarter back home. I had a whole quarter named after me.
Oh, that's
All right.
great. If you don't want it, no problem. Should we?
Let's open the third one, yes?
Yeah, I would like to investigate the third one very quickly, just to make sure there's nothing untoward before we open it again.
You don't see anything. You don't see anything unusual. This one is made out of brass, has smooth sides, tarnished a little bit with age, but you don't see anything about it that seems to be trapped.
Lovely.
All right, so Boris pries it off, and inside you see a mummy.
Is it magic?
The mummy is not, but it's holding a bone, a tube in its hands, made out of bone material.
A tube?
There is some kind of tube here. Any of you really casty types, you
Yes, yeah, I will
probably
take
will
it.
be interested.
I will pull the tube out from under the hands of the...
Renee, you have the tube. It seems to have like a cap that you could unscrew on one end.
I unscrew the
Ooh, a
cap.
scroll.
You unscrew it. A piece of parchment unrolls. It falls out of it. Do you unroll it and look at it?
Yes.
You look at it. It has writing that you can't understand at this very moment.
All right.
some sort of coded, weird script.
Probably a magical scroll. I did not memorize or read magic today. I did not think I was going to be studying scrolls. Esniak, do you have that at hand?
You have cast silence on yourself again, my friend. You do this.
Last week I was cursed by a witch, and it's still riding me. So just give me a break. Give me a break. I was wondering if Esniak's read languages is still up, he'll take a look at it to see if it's a non-magical scroll of some kind, maybe
that spell was
instructions or a
gone.
cipher.
Yeah, unfortunately, that spell expired a while back.
Gotcha.
And Renee, your magical spell, your detect magic goes away now too.
Excellent. All right.
Okay then. All right. He'll take a look at it. I can. You know what? Let's gather them up, and then we'll read them all at once. If it seems like we need to.
So if it is a magical scroll, you would need the spell Read Magic in order to decode
Yeah, I just
that.
have one of those prepped.
Okay.
Or I guess I can only have one of them prepped, but I just have it.
Right.
I would also, I would suppose if this armor comes off of this statue, it might be magic armor for those who wear such things. What kind of armor is it? Is it full plate?
It's plate. Yeah, it's full plate. Yep.
I mean, I have full plate. I have magic full plate. I do not know if it is better or worse, one or two, but I do know that I am thirsty.
And Boris, I actually rolled for this because I was just like, you know what? We'll see. And I rolled a 1 on a d6. So that means Boris just absent-mindedly drinks that potion because he's thirsty. And he's just like, he wasn't really paying attention. And he just, he just tucked into his potion belt. Yeah. I've just been like dying, like literally dying to know.
So the rest of you kind of are like, at least one or two of you notice that he's doing that, are just like dumbfounded and don't say anything. And so he takes the rainbow-hued, obviously magical potion and is like looking at somebody else and drinks the entire thing. Boris, remind me, how old are you?
No.
Oh, I can't wait to see how much he ages. Hang on. Let me roll something right quick. Boris is 30.
Boris was 30. Good to know. Before your very eyes, Boris's age changes rapidly, and 6 seconds later, he is just barely out of adolescence, and he looks like he's 20 years old. And when he speaks, his voice is not as deep as it was moments ago.
Oh no!
I don't know about you, my friends, but I could go drinking more. Let's go do it.
Not
I
20-year-old
feel better
Boris
than
again.
having the decade.
20-year-old Boris was the worst.
Didn't go any farther than that.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to be like
And 20-year-old
90.
Boris is with us again.
Yeah.
I mean, there are
stay
two
up all
more,
night
but
and make
Lucky
the
and
worst
Renee are-
decisions.
Yeah. Are they all the same kind of potion? I'm not interested in the magic. Okay.
Rainbow
I'm not
texture,
interested in the magic full plate right now. It's, maybe we pick it up on the way out. But I think it would just hamper us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Besides.
I mean, Boris is going to go ahead and take it off and put it in his pack. He feels stronger than ever.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is okay. So you bind it up. It doesn't fit in your pack, so you put the giant bundle on your back. Let me see.
He'll just have it kind of like. Basically, what Boris wants to do is just kind of take his rope and like loop it and wrap it up so that if something does happen, he can just drop it.
Yeah.
Right.
Great. You have it, and did some encumbrance math here, and you're not slowed down at all with your insane amount of strength that Renee imbued you with. So you have
Being
that.
20 again feels good.
That spell plus 20. You're
Look
just
at
too
this.
much, Boris. You're too much.
This reminds me. Luckian sheepishly unties the rope and returns it to Esniak.
Okay.
It was doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esniak, you have your rope back. Very good.
Thank you.
So at this point, you've uncovered all these sarcophagi. There are 2 of the crux ansata on the ground. So it seems like you're done in here, and you have the armor. So it seems like you have to go back and choose another passage. Do you leave the 2 crux ansata on the ground, or does someone pick those up and take them?
The way out, I would like to touch the one we haven't touched yet, just to see.
Okay, the brass one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Scratch that itch.
A very powerful spell takes effect to you, Luckian, and your brain is wiped clean with a feeble mind spell. One of the most powerful spells in the game. So I will give you a saving throw, Luckian, but unfortunately the spell is so powerful that it's at a -4 penalty. So Luckian, roll a d20, add your level.
Do I
Subtract
have...
4.
Can I use my spell of ring turning on that? It's targeted.
Wow! Wow!
Shit.
Oh, yeah.
It
Yeah,
touches her
okay.
ring first.
Okay, all right. Luckian, roll percentile dice and tell me what percent of the spell is reflected away from you
All
with
right.
a ring of spell turning.
Okay. Let me find the
Okay.
D10. That is... I got a 18. So, not a ton.
Okay. All right. I'll give you another +2 on the save. I'll give you another +2 on the save. Yeah, that makes sense. So let me see. I'm looking at your wisdom here, which you do have a bonus for. So what this is going to be a d20 plus your level -1. And if you can get 20 or more, you shake this off. Otherwise, your mind has been blanked out.
Oh, lovely. Am I rolling my wizard level, I guess, right?
You get to pick whichever one you want. You could pick the high level, the high 10, or you could pick the lower 8. It's up to you.
Okay. I rolled a 17 plus 10, 27 minus
Shit.
1. Am I good?
All right. Allow me to point out to the players that whenever any player uses feeble mind on my villains, I always fail the damn save. But Luckian has in fact, partly with the ring of spell turning, shrugged off the feeble mind and kept your mind for today.
All right.
Well done, Luckian.
Remember, wise not to
don't
touch
touch
that,
this.
Renee.
Terrible
Wise
idea.
not to touch
Terrible idea.
Each one seems
Very bad.
progressively worse.
Yep.
Luckian would have been out of the game, and you would have had to go on to your backup character.
Yeah.
But Luckian's still in the game.
We're invincible, my friends.
Oh boy, let's
That's
get out of
foolish
this
to think that, Boris. Why don't you go in
What?
first if you think that? It's foolish to think we're invincible. You're just young again.
Exactly, my
Just young
friend.
again. Ugh. Just,
True.
Well,
He's,
the horse
he's going
is
to
gonna-
buy a creepy van.
he's gonna.
For $264, my friend, yes.
It's U.S.
All right.
dollars.
Which way do we want to go from the intersection? That's where we're headed, yeah.
By the way,
my
Boris
gosh.
is
Go
just
back
going
to
to
the-
take a slug from the jug.
Great. The jug of healing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you were taking more
Roll
of the
d6 plus 1, and you get that many hit points back, Boris.
All right, I rolled a 4, so that's 5.
Great.
Where did my pen go?
Possibly a good moment for a bio break here, Dan.
I think some of us are getting up independently. Is what's happening? Is that what's happened? Or
That's what I've been doing, yeah.
you okay?
That's what I've been doing.
Good luck to you. I'll walk away.
Yeah, sure.
So the rest of you reform and go back to the intersection. And one thing that you're surprised to see is that the openings to the 2 side passages aren't there anymore. They have been replaced with solid rock walls, just like the rest of the walls.
Mm.
There is no
So-
passage left and right anymore.
There is no passage left right there. Okay. Can we see maybe where they were and see if there's like a seam, or is it just like
nope? It
something
seems
else?
fused solid, like it was just a solid rock all along.
Let's push the latch again.
My love.
What was that, Lucky?
I was going to say, let's push the latch again that we used to open the...
Oh,
what was it, like this one?
Right, there was a knob button there. Lucky, and you turn that, and the portal to the tomb shuts, and like there's no passage to the north anymore, but the things to the sides are still blocked off.
Damn it.
Boris walks down to the former intersection and beseeches his love to once again, please, my dear, let us see if there is a way to ferret me and my friends elsewhere. And he'll basically take the blade and just kind of, the way he does it, it just kind of hits it against the wall, and there's like a ring that reverberates down the hallway.
Perfect. So you can detect that the walls shifted, and these are clearly walls that shift from time to time, but they're totally sealed off, and that doesn't tell you any way how to open them up. It seems like they're just totally sealed up at this point.
Is the
maybe until the next full moon? You're not entirely sure?
Okay. Is the groove in the floor still there?
Yes, it is, and there's a spike there too. Yeah.
Let's pry it up, see what's down there.
Yeah, Boris will go
So
and
Boris,
pull the spike out. Yeah.
Yep, you have the enormous strength, just pulls it up, and there's several shards of rock come up with it. You can see the edge of it a little bit better. I'm assuming nobody's standing in the intersection at this very second, so...
No. Renee, would you mind holding the lantern? Or if you don't feel like up for it, I'll take it again.
Happy to do so. I was just picking up those copper coins. I'm afraid I missed something. Something interesting.
No, it's all right.
Here, yes?
Don't get any cursed
Boris
copper.
he only took one copper piece from that.
A souvenir.
Yeah, we all took one. We're going to press it flat.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Esniak did not take a copper because he does believe they're all cursed.
I took nothing. I didn't even go in the room.
There's certain things it's worth getting cursed over. Copper's not one of them. And it's how I got this silence curse. Let's lift the thing up, right, Boris? Let's like, you got a crowbar, I got a crowbar. Let's see if we can't open it up somehow. Trigger it without falling in.
You do that. Again, normally I would roll for a strength check. It's actually very heavy. It's about 4 inches of stone thick, but the middle part is on a pivot. And so between the two of you, you can totally grab onto it, pivot it up physically. Again, 4 inches of solid granite there. Look into it, and Renee takes the lantern overhead so all the humans can see in, and it is a pit. It is 10 feet deep, so a 10-foot cubic block below you. There are iron spikes on the bottom of it, and looking carefully in the lantern, the tips of the iron spikes are smeared with lethal poison as well. So that's the pit that you avoided being cast into.
That Esniak just found himself standing atop of.
Correct. And there were die rolls happening over here that you weren't aware of about whether you tipped into it or not.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, is there a way to tell from here, like, number one, could you feasibly get down there without risking being touched by or scraping one of the spikes? Or are they like wall to wall, no room
There's
for...
There's about 20 of them. So
Okay.
it's not like a pin cushion. There's about
Right.
20 of them. So maybe if you've lowered someone down carefully, they could stand between them without being pierced.
You think
Okay.
there's something down there? Esniak?
I just listen. We're trapped here. The walls are moving. This thing's a moving piece of the tunnel. Just wanted to check, make sure.
If you want, I could
Does it look
levitate
like-
down there and take a look.
Levitation. All right.
Levitation, Holmes. Do it.
I knew a wizard that had a levitating boot.
Excellent.
Just one?
Just one.
Maybe
Always
two.
an angle.
I will cast,
But he just hopped a little bit
levitate.
better? Or how did that work?
Yeah. I'll watch Renee's back. Maybe do
So
the
I
rope
hear
trick.
Renee is casting levitate
Yep. And I'm gonna...
and going down to the pit. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So Renee lowers yourself. Are you coming from the north side or the south side, Renee?
I assume from the north side. I guess the important part of how to
Okay.
we just
Anyway,
came down
that's where it is.
from the north, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
They've heaped up the pit, so I'll just cast levitate.
So you levitate yourself very carefully. You're careful to avoid the obviously poisoned, very, very razor-sharp spikes, and you are in fact standing against the wall between the spikes.
Okay. I start just searching around the walls and the floor and.
Okay. Let me just look at your stuff there.
Am I looking for anything specific?
A door,
A door. Okay.
something,
Very good.
Something you can
anything
press.
out of the ordinary.
Made a roll here. You're looking around. You cross the walls and you look at the floor pretty carefully, and you do find that in one corner there is a crack hidden from above, but you can run your hands around it and it feels like there's about a 5-foot wide panel in the stone underneath two of the spikes.
Yes, Nick, you are some kind of genius. There's a panel down here.
Listen, it's a dream. I learned it in a dream.
Is this famed Russian nesting pit traps?
No, my
You have a
guardian
pit
angel
trap and a pit
told me
trap
about
and a
it.
pit trap?
Listen, shh, don't judge me. I have a guardian angel, and he told me.
Guardian angel.
Yeah. Shh.
Belinus
I
judges
believe in
you.
angels. Don't do that. Don't do
I'm
that.
looking for a way to open it.
Yeah, I'll offer encouragement.
You don't see like a catch or a knob or anything like that.
This is too slow. I cast knock.
Oh, okay. So you're standing aside. One of the spikes starts rotating, and there's a grinding sound. And one of the spikes rotates clockwise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Pops off where the panel is. You can see there's like a bolt on the underside of it that was locking it down, and then the panel with the other spike still in it flips open. Clonk.
Right.
And you look into it, and it's a 5-foot square shaft that just goes down into the darkness. And there's no ladder, and there's no rope, just descent.
Do you have something? How deep is the pit from where my friends are to me? Like how?
10 feet.
10 feet. And how long is this rope?
50.
50. And can you put a spike or something into the wall up there and tie the rope off, and I will throw it down this hole?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay, you do that. So Boris grinds a spike into the wall, and you attach a rope. You test it a couple times. You feel like it's pretty solid, and it's trailing all the way down to the pit and then into the secret shaft below it.
Actually,
Into the darkness to some
rather
unknown
than
place.
just tossing the
Right.
rope down the hole,
Okay,
I will
okay.
tie the lantern to the end of the rope and slowly feed it.
Oh.
I like it.
Oh, clever. Okay. So you lower it, and you actually do lower it the entire extent of the rope, and the lantern does not hit the ground below it, but you can see the ground below it. So from where you are, Renee, it's another 45 feet down. The lantern appears to be about 5 feet from the floor down there, and it looks like there's another stone passage that goes to the north.
All right, I say, all right, climb on down. Good luck, and I start floating down the bottom to the bottom.
Okay.
All right.
So are you the first to the bottom, Renee?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Renee lands at the bottom, and there is a narrow 5-foot wide tunnel leading north from that location.
Ugh.
Boris will go next.
Great. So I normally do like a check to see if you're just climbing. I do a check to see if you're bad. But that's a strength check, and so Boris, you have a ogreish grip on the rope, and you very easily lower yourself to the bottom. And at the last 5 feet, you jump off.
Like he literally just like hangs on with one hand and just.
Exactly. And your hand is red hot at that point, and you blow on it, and you're perfectly fine.
I will.
He's just going to keep doing these things.
Float up to the
Red-handed just for you, my Natasha.
Say it again, Renee.
I float up to the rope and I untie the lantern. I retrieve the lantern.
Okay, you have the lantern back. Yep.
Oh.
I'll climb.
Okay. Let me just look over here. Belinus, you have you're a thief, so you're
+3.
experienced at climbing. You easily get to the bottom. You're at the bottom.
Cool.
Boris and Esniak, do you climb down?
Boris is down.
Esniak and Luckian, right? So Luckian, you're a thief. You can climb down that rope automatically. So I guess that leaves just Esniak.
Yeah, I had one. Esniak would also has a levitate spell, so if he needed to, was going to go last with him. But he also right now is rocking a 19 strength and a 17 dexterity, and
Correct.
so he might just. He's going to make sure that the rope is very secure. Like, make sure that what Boris did was good. Make sure that this thing is not going to like it doesn't seem like it's going to close shut back up on us. So maybe spike open the door that led to the shaft as well as the rope that's hanging down it.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
Do you have spikes right now, Esniak?
He does not, but he does have that crowbar, and if he can wedge that crowbar in there, he will.
Going to say yes. So you take the wedge, you take the crowbar with your enormous magical strength, wedge it in there, and you feel pretty confident that the pit lid is locked in place, and you're pretty confident the rope and the spike are pretty solid too.
Okay, and then he's going to clamber down and join everybody at the bottom.
2, 5. Yep, great. That happens. Yep, just doing some math here to make sure that's automatic for you. So you're so strong and so powerful that you do in fact get to the bottom quite easily. Going to switch the map here on roll 20.
Cool. And then he's going to pull his hood and cloak back up on him.
And you disappear from sight.
Esniak has mysterious ways.
And Boris waves at Esniak.
Wait, am I invisible or just unseen? I'm asking for a DM ruling on whether Boris can see me or not.
it's kind of like chameleon camouflage. So if someone's not looking carefully, they're not going to see you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not completely transparent invisibility, but it's hard to see.
Yeah.
Is that the answer?
So Natasha.
Boris just waves in a random direction.
Oh, I can't. He's all right.
So Renee, yeah, there you go. So you're at this lower area with the shaft up behind you, and it's only 5 foot wide. Again, you can see about 30 feet in the lantern light clearly, and it looks like at that 30 feet point, there's just the beginning of a narrow flight of stairs going upwards.
Oh, thank God.
Want to keep doing like we were before with... Well, okay. It's more narrow, so Luckian and Esniak can't be side by side.
Correct. Normally, you'd have to go single file.
Do you want me to just
It
stick
is better
close
for
in
hiding
case?
numbers too.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. Thank you, Boris. Thank you. I'll just ride behind you in case you get into trouble.
All right. Very slowly, very carefully, feeling around for traps.
Mm-hmm.
Traps and any like invisible monsters.
Those are good things to be alert to. Very carefully, you approach the stairs. Everything seems solid. You're not finding any traps, and you are at the base of the stairs at this point, Lucky.
All right.
So you look up them. It looks like they go up at least 20 feet or so, pretty steeply.
Can I see the entrance? wherever they lead out? Like, is there like a light, or does this sort of disappear into darkness?
You look upwards, you kind of peer forward a little bit, and it's a dead end.
Linus, there's another dwarven dead end for you to work your magic with.
I don't have magic. I'm just very observant of things which are culturally relevant to me. But I will check it. So
Belinus, you go up the stairs.
Yes, I go up the stairs carefully.
And there's just a flat, plain rock wall of a dead end and no further extent to the Tomb of Ra-Hotep. But I think you're searching. Is that right?
Yes, I am searching. Get like a comically large magnifying glass that just
This is a
shows up.
solid stone wall, and you don't find any cracks or crevices or knobs. This actually is a dead end.
Okay. Yep. I've used my preternatural dwarvenism to determine that it is a dead end. You're welcome.
I'm sure you did your best.
I did.
And Boris is gonna like pat Belinus on the back and just like look up there and be like, "What do you see, my dear?"
So using your magic sword's ability to detect shifting walls. You do not find any shifting walls at that point. Now, if someone didn't trust Belinus, they could make another search, or they could use some other magical element. We have one magic sword.
Looking, Andy suddenly remembers that they also have a magic sword that can detect secret doors. Apparently.
Are you serious?
That's what it says.
Nice.
It's a very useful sword for this specific circumstance.
Okay.
You should have said something earlier, Luckin.
Might have been used as a fit, or up on top of the other dead end, but it's fine. He's fine.
So let me just point out to viewers that all the characters are pre-generated, and they're all just randomly rolled out of the original D&D rules. And intelligent swords are a thing, and they have certain matrices of abilities. And so I myself didn't actually look at this super closely when I made this up. But yes, actually, you do have a sword that can detect secret doors. So, Luckian, you walk halfway up the stairs, and you aim at the... Yeah, there's obviously a secret door at the end of the stairs. And it glows in your magical sight, and your sword is pointing you right there at the top of the stairs. There's a secret door in the panel to the north.
Yeah, it seemed like everyone else was doing such a good job, didn't want to mess up any vibes, but my sword can do this. And
I thought we were friends.
So did I.
We are gonna detect that magic secret door. So can I open it, or do I simply know that there is one?
You simply know that there is one. You look around, even though that you know one. You're standing next to it at this point. You're not seeing a knob. You're not seeing a switch like you saw before. There's no a hole to stick a magic sword in. Maybe you just press on it.
If I did a search for it, since I haven't done a search for it properly, could I get some kind of bonus for knowing that there is one?
That makes sense to me. Actually, let me make a roll for it. You look very carefully, and even knowing there is one, you're not seeing any particular device. So like normal doors, you just got to push on them hard. So maybe if you just push forward on it, that would do it.
If all else fails, I've used my knock spell, but I do have a pass wall.
Does one of our heavy push gentlemen, Boris or Esniak, want to try just shoving it?
Boris, you sound like you got a lot of extra energy.
That's true.
Hey, back in my academy days, they called me heavy push all the time. Different reason. Don't want to go into it.
And he goes up
Where should I do the heavy push? Here or here?
I direct Boris where I detect
Any one of
the
those
door.
places, any one of those places that he pointed out would be fine, as far as you can tell.
And
All
he
right.
just kind of like shoves it, or tries to.
Great. Okay, so I would again normally make a strength check for doors. Let me see. Your bonus currently
What
is
an
what,
unusual
5
day,
or something
Boris.
like that?
You have done 2 push-ups today.
This
So
is very good.
you-
I'm getting double workout.
So Boris
Very
totally
strong.
pushes on this, and it's a hatch that just flips out into a room, and at the same time, the floor that you're on tilts down, snaps down 5 feet. Please make a saving throw to tumble into the room uncontrollably.
Oh dear.
So you're going to roll a d20. You're going to add your level, and let me see. This happens so fast, you're going to have to subtract 4.
So add my level. My level is 9, so I'm only adding 5.
Correct.
Oof. Well, thank you, 9 rolling over to a 6. So that's 11.
So Boris pops it open, and just the thing snaps down, and he just immediately tumbles out into the space and falls
Whoa!
into some area beyond. Now I'm rolling some dice here for falling damage.
That's a lot of die.
Okay. Now Boris, I'll give you. Am I supposed to give you? I'll give you another save for half damage actually at this point. So granted that you're falling, make that same save, and if you can get 20 or more, I'll give you half damage.
Do I have the same penalty?
Yeah, same thing.
Then I don't pass. If I didn't,
Great.
I would have rolled a 20.
So you take a total of 10 points of damage,
Okay.
crushing damage. You think something snaps in one of your legs. Are you still up, Boris?
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm not bloodied, to use another edition's parlance.
Okay, interesting. And you're also in the dark and you can't see.
Hello?
Oh my god, are you okay?
Is there anyone out there?
Dan, is my levitate still active?
Yes.
All right, then I
Just
will.
nod if you can hear me.
I will rush with the lantern up the stairs and try to levitate down wherever Boris just disappeared to.
Okay. Let me see.
It sucks to fall into darkness.
It happens to me at least twice a year, my friend. I'm Russian. It's normal.
Okay, so you find yourself in this 30-foot square room, and it is 40 feet down from where the passage opened in. 40 feet down. And you look around, and this is not bare stone. It's all plastered. Floor, walls, ceiling, 50 feet overhead. And all the plaster is covered with elaborate colored murals. And the murals are an incredible menagerie of sites. And for example, you Boris, are currently standing on a giant 10-foot mouth that has been illustrated as though it's reaching up to consume whatever is standing right on top of it, with huge teeth, like about 2 feet long each. And as the light spills around you and you see the floor and the walls, you see other giant dark maws illustrated as if they're going to jump out of the walls and consume the viewer. There are bloody, leering animal heads, giant-sized all around. Overhead, there are winged half insects, half people, chimerical creatures. There are bodies being butchered by goat demons, faces disintegrating into skulls and veins. And the overall sight all around you is unpleasant to say the least. There are no exits here. There's nothing in the space that you see. There's no furniture. It's just an empty room with terrifying murals on all the walls and the floor.
Based on the fact that we walked up and Boris fell down, are we about the same level as we were initially?
Yes. Good guess, actually.
Okay.
Yes. Seems like about that.
So,
There are a lot of dark walls down here. I do not like it.
And he has like Natasha like keeping all the art at bay. He's
And
young
I'll
and
say,
less
Boris, you're
cultured,
not seeing
so art
anything
scares him.
invisible, and you're not seeing any shifting walls.
I do not like this, my friend.
This is
No.
poor taste at best.
All right. It's just Renee and Boris down there right now?
Correct.
Like, Renee, you went down into the room?
Yeah, I floated down with the lanterns.
Okay.
So that he would not
What
be
about
in
you,
the dark.
Luckin? Are you still at
I'm
the top?
I'm at the edge. Yeah. I have
Okay.
not gone
I don't have my
down
rope.
lower yet.
I don't have my rope.
I have rope.
Oh, because it's back.
Yeah, hand me a rope, Boris. I will float it up.
Okay. And a spike.
Oh, and the spike. Do you have a spike? Excellent.
He brings one out. Wait, I'm down to 3 now.
I take the spike.
Sounds like Renee is ferrying up spike and rope, is what it sounds like.
Yep.
You jam that into the wall, Isnac?
Yeah, we'll create a secure holding so we can climb up and down.
All right. Seems like you have that in solidly at this point. And this rope easily hits the ground or the room below.
Yeah, Boris gets out of there. He doesn't like modern art. He doesn't see the appeal.
Boris climbs the rope, and you're back up in the hallway.
With my sword, I would like to detect evil. Is that a spell like, or is it the sword? If I unsheath the sword, I can just see.
Anytime you concentrate on it. If you have the sword out in your hand and you concentrate on it, you can detect that.
Okay.
You are detecting a very faint evil in the atmosphere of the room. It's not any particular location, but overall the illustrations themselves feel like they're communicating evil to you. Not a great deal, like it's lingering and maybe has faded over the years.
More so than behind us, like this feels concentrated. It's not just like a general.
Slightly so.
It's like concept art for the new season of Attack on Titan. Just mouths.
Is it in the same? Is it in the same style of the other, of like the hieroglyphics, the pictograms from before? It's like, is anything like resembling that, or is it just completely?
No, definitely different. This is definitely different and much more menacing and not nuts at all.
Yeah, it does not seem like it. Yeah. All right. Renee. Sorry, I didn't mean to adopt your accent. Renee, it's. Can you detect the presence of magical auras anymore?
I'm afraid I've already used that for today.
Yeah. I could, but something tells me this might be. I don't know.
You can. Can you see if there are secret doors, perhaps?
What I'm worried about is that we'd step through some sort of glyph or a teleporter or something that's plastered under this.
You don't want to move about the room.
Yeah. That's mostly what he's worried about, because you did say it was plaster over stones. There could be like any number of things hidden underneath the plaster, right?
Yeah.
I read you guys didn't read the book about this place before we started on the expedition?
Nope.
Sorry.
Look at her jewels and just went.
So he will cast Detect Magic.
I do have a read minds, which I could use to see if there's living creatures about that are
That's true.
wishing us evil.
I'm hearing that Esniak cast Detect Magic. And
Esniak does cast Detect Magic. Yeah.
You're not seeing anything magic in this location.
Okay.
Other than
That's good to know.
what is on your own party's gear. So magical armor, magical swords, magical potion bottles.
Sure.
If that's the case, then perhaps I should make my way down, see if I can find any traps or secret doors.
Yeah. And I'll just Yeah, he'll just keep his eyes open as long as that's going, just in case.
That's
what you know.
Boris.
I'm hearing Luckin climbs down the rope, and you're in the horrifying chamber. And what else is happening, Boris?
20-year-old Boris at the top of the thing gets bored and changes his armor with the armor he just found.
Okay, all right.
I really like 20-year-old Boris.
That's what I tell you guys. Remember the last time this happened with Boris? Remember?
It was so fun last time, though.
Do that. I'm going to assume that Belinus is assisting you changing from one plate mail into the other.
Yeah.
And Luckin, you are in the bottom of the chamber. You can see all the walls. And what are you going to try first?
I go
Traps.
down in there with Luckin to just keep an eye.
Name a wall that you're searching for traps on.
Is there anything differentiating the walls? Like there's monsters on all sides, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And there's nothing I saw that felt particularly evil. In that case, I'm just gonna make a circuit. Just try and make a circuit, starting left clockwise.
Okay. So looking for traps on all the walls takes quite a bit of time, and I'm rolling for some other stuff here as you do that. You make a circuit on all the walls, and you get a really close-up view of the horrifying artwork and other details that you didn't see at first. The more you look at it, the more details in the background that are even worse than the things that are immediately present to people. And you have not found any traps.
All right. Secret doors.
Okay, so you are triggering the magical ability of your intelligent sword to look for secret doors. The floor, no secret doors. All the walls around you, no secret doors, except for the one that it detects that's 25 feet up the wall next to where the hatch opened up, behind the plaster. And the only way that anyone would have ever noticed this would be to remove the plaster from that part of the wall 25 feet up, right here. But you have found it with Greyguard's magic secret door ability. All right.
All right. And we got a levitator, too.
I think that's probably expired by now, unfortunately.
That's fair.
But I can fly.
You have the most
So Renee, you
useful
cast your
spells.
fly spell.
This is what I do. Not I have very few of the big lightning and fires, but lots of useful little things. All right. So you want me to fly up there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have maybe give me a spike and a rope or some such? Because I presume if I open the door, that other people will wish to follow.
I'm out of rope.
Oh dear.
Should we take the rope and spike that's currently down from the open door and put it in the new door?
Have everyone
We might not be able to fly when we get back.
That's true. It sounds like everyone should come down, and then we should take the rope down, and then put the rope back up.
Just 1 second.
And you hear buckles and some clanking.
Right. With the rather extended amount of time that Luckin took to search the bottom part of the room, especially Boris, you are in the new armor. And remind me about that next time you're in melee.
Oh boy.
Okay.
And
Anyone have like a long book to read while I was searching for traps?
So I
But yeah,
we're going to have to give up on some rope somewhere to get everyone up to this door to go through if we want to go through it.
Yeah.
Blah. And Boris like pulls the spike out and the rope and everything tumbles down so that they can.
Right. So I take the spike and the rope and I fly on up there and I just use the spike, I guess, to scrape the plaster.
Okay. And right at that point, there are two goat-headed men chopping up human bodies with cleavers, and it's pretty gross even to look at that. But you carve up the plaster with a spike over several minutes, You start
delight
chopping
in
off.
destroying this horrific artwork.
You chop up big chunks of it. They come down like fist-sized pieces, and after about 10 or 15 minutes, you actually have a jagged part of the plaster that's opened up, and there is a panel there with hinges that looks like you could just push it open.
Great. Well, I slam I then hammer the spike in and tie the rope because I don't think my fly even lasts 10 or 15 minutes. So before the fly runs out, I have fixed the rope.
12 minutes. Yeah, 12 minutes.
12
yep.
minutes.
So you get that done. Yep. You totally get that done, and you put the spike with the rope next to it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Great. Where's the other end? Does it go down to the ground, or does it go to the other hatch?
To the ground, I assume.
Okay.
I guess I don't. Where is everyone? Where it goes to a person. Someone's holding it.
So Luckian's at the ground at the ground level of this room. Everybody else is still in the corridor.
Okay. What do you want?
Should everyone have taken the chance to head downstairs while Renee was hammering? Or does Boris really not want to go back down again?
No, yeah, I was. I thought Esniak was in the room.
Okay. All right. We'll say that
Whenever he was taking action.
before that happened, Esniak slid down the rope, and Boris, you're on the front level as well.
Boris can Boris kind of just work his way down safely as opposed to tumbling like he did before?
Well, there was a rope. I mean, so we could say that you did that with the rope.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Is that everybody climbs down the rope into the room before Renee takes the spike and rope and heads down.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. Yeah.
You have the rope spiked up by the secret door.
Yes.
And the whole party's on the floor right below it.
All right. I guess I push open the secret door.
That I want a strength check from you, Renee.
Oh, this is not my specialty. Okay, I rolled a 2.
Do you need a heavy?
What?
Do you need a heavy push?
Oh, I won't roll? I won't roll? Well, I rolled a 2 on it.
Yeah, you do want to, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Surprise. So so you actually do push it forward, and let me reveal a bit here. So it connects to this, and there's a 5-foot wide little corridor that goes to the west.
All right. Having revealed the way forward, I fly back to the group.
Great. So presumably the party climbs up there and goes in, I assume. Who goes first?
Okay.
Probably me.
Luckian goes. So with your infravision, you lead the way. Everybody climbs up behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the corridor goes about 15 feet west, and then it turns north. Do you continue that direction, Luckian?
Yes, but slowly feeling around for traps as I do. I learned my lesson.
Uh-huh.
You go 30 or 40 feet in this direction, and it looks like the corridor just keeps going to the north as far as you can see. Keep going.
Okay.
We're right behind you.
All right. So Renee, I believe, is mapping, and this goes north about 80 feet or so, and then it turns to the east, and the tunnel opens up at that point to a 10-foot wide tunnel. And you look this way with your infravision. It looks like it goes about 40 feet to the east, and then there are stairs going down.
Mm-hmm.
Down again. All right.
Let's do it.
Exciting.
Into the darkness we plunge.
Yep. Lucky.
Like our honeymoon, huh, sweet?
Oh God! I hope you had your honeymoon before the sword situation.
It is.
Before we head down the stairs, Luckian would like to chuck that throwing dagger just down it. See if it hits anything.
Down stairs?
I got very large.
How close is the rest of the party behind Luckian?
I meant Esniak meant what he said when it was like right behind you. So he's within, grab Luckian if they need to get pulled out of something kind of distance.
So Luckian, you step up to the stairs. It's like from 5 feet to throw the dagger past them. Yeah. Great. So you can see down here. It looks like it opens up into a larger space down there, and you chuck your dagger about 40 feet in that direction, and it lands, clangs on the stone, and then skitters out of sight of the light.
Okay. No large summon monsters.
You sure for who's boss?
It's true. Do I hear anything after that? Like, is there any kind of reaction to the loud noise?
Nope.
Nothing?
Total silence. Renee, your fly spell just expired.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Let's move forward. Let's keep moving.
Let's continue. Let's keep going. Slowly and carefully.
Fascinating. Making some
Does anyone
rolls
else feel like we are just wandering randomly? I just want to make sure.
150%. Yes, correct.
Wanted to make sure there's not new age.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
What's this then?
All right, so you are in a fairly large room, about 30 feet by 40 feet or so, and there is a very large statue facing where you come down the stairs in this room. So the roof is a little bit past where you can see with your lantern light easily. You feel like there's a roof in the darkness, maybe about 40 feet overhead, and you're looking at a statue that is about maybe 15 feet tall, and it is of a man, bare-chested, barefoot, has just wearing a single skirt, has a shield in one hand, has a long beard that sticks out from his chin, has a conical hat with the Crux Ansata symbol on it. This whole thing is engraved in stone, and holding a giant mace over his head. But it's immobile, and it's a giant statue. To the north are enormous twin valves of bronze doors. And this looks like, there's a seam down the middle, and it looks like there's an inscription on those doors. But you have to get closer in order to see that.
Huh.
All right.
All right.
It's cool hat.
It's a good hat. Very good hat. Don't take the hat.
I don't suppose Detect Magic is still going. I think that probably ran out a while ago, yeah?
It expired a while back, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay,
You're
well...
very, very carefully searching for traps pretty consistently.
Yes, that's true.
It's
very true.
That is true.
I'm not going anywhere near the statue, but I'm going to go in the room.
Yeah.
I keep to that west wall.
I will stay between statue and my friends. Now keep eye.
Thank you, Boris.
Nah.
Is there, once, the light is in the room and we get a better look at it, can we get is there anything indicating what sort of chamber this is?
Well, there's no, the bare stone walls. It doesn't have plaster artwork like the last room did. Very high ceilings. It's pretty bare. It feels like this is a passageway to another location. It's pretty bare except for the wall.
But you said there's writing on the doors. Is that right?
On the doors, yeah.
Can
Writing
we
on
see
the
it
doors.
from here on the south side of the room? I assume we're...
You'd have to get within 10 feet in order to make out what the symbols are exactly.
Okay.
Luckian's going to follow Esniak's lead and hug that left wall, just sort of trying to creep into the darkness, very much inching along to try and make it to the front of those doors to try and make out the symbols. Very carefully, very slowly.
All right. Hugging your back totally up against the west wall, you get to that north wall, and you get within about 10 feet of the bronze valves. And Renee, if you could pull up the coated bottom.
Yes, give me just a moment.
So you're looking Luck-in. The light's not great. It's hard to decipher. It's hard to make it out, but you can see symbols. Now, unfortunately, I don't understand these symbols.
Is that the bronze one, Dan?
Correct. Yeah, it ought to be bottom coated.
Yes. Letters. Do they look?
So it's not a language that you know, Luck-in. Some kind of ancient inscription on these bronze valves been there for a long time. It covers where it covers across where it's right next to where the seam is in the valves. Now, right immediately next to this, in the seam, there's a depression, and the depression is in the shape of the crux ansata, of a cross with a loop on top, depressed into the bronze at the point of where the seam is.
And as a reminder, there wasn't a bronze. So the physical ones, there wasn't a bronze one, right? The ones that we had.
One, I think.
There was a brass one.
There's a brass and an iron.
The brass was the one that
and a
almost
copper.
killed me.
And I have the
right?
copper one. I've been carrying
There's
Should
the
we
copper one.
try with the copper one? It's the only one I could carry.
I do have a read languages memorized. If you want to
Oh, ho,
try to
ho.
read this,
All right. Lucky-in will sidle back.
I will approach. I think maybe less cautiously than Lucky-in did, but try to keep Boris between me and the statue.
And you see Boris absent-mindedly drinking like a potion that he pulls out of his pack.
Don't drink that.
Boris, stop!
You're going to be 10-year-old Boris.
He's just drinking his potion of clairvoyance. He forgot that he had it, and he's just like, it's an energy drink, and he just thinks it's like a monster.
Do you take this
That one will help.
Yeah, he drinks a potion of clairvoyance.
Okay, so at this point, you start to see beyond the doors. So there's a large space beyond. You see like some ancient chairs. You see an ancient chair on one side and a large urn on the other side, but the space seems to stretch further ahead than that.
Yeah, he kind of has that look, like Lebowski look, when he's looking at the note or whatever. As he's just like, oh, there's stuff in there. I see it. Is it you? Is it you? And yeah, he's a little confused.
He's so confused.
How long does that last, by the way?
There's a die roll involved, so usually a couple minutes.
Okay.
So until otherwise notified, a couple minutes from now, that's the situation you're in, Boris.
I'm wondering if we want Renee to just because you can go through the walls.
I do have a password. But I was moving up there to cast the read language.
Yeah, I'm curious about this as well.
I forgot.
I'm curious about this.
If you want to cast read languages, Renee, then please bring up bottom decoded.
Understand that this is the tomb of Ra-Hotep, priest wizard, who defied time and death, though of flesh he is no more. The curse of the mighty Ra-Hotep upon any who disturb his rest. Be warned and turn your heart from this place.
Yes.
Well, this is it, my friends.
We found it!
Looks like it, yeah.
I will not turn Natasha away from this place. I will plunge it to the heart of this. Let us go!
And Boris runs into the door because he sees through it, and he's like excited.
Oh my god.
Is it the same language? Just run through, before you run through it. Is it the same language, or is it like it's as the pictograms on the crooks and sodas up there?
No,
like it's completely different, right?
Those aren't really a language. They're just pictures. These are actually words.
Actual words.
Right. So as you try to look more closely at that and compare it to what's on the crux,
right.
into the bronze doors, hits it with his helmet, and there's a resounding clang as he sprawls back onto the ground.
Are there like door handles?
There are no
just slam right in the hole that's instead of a push. No.
What about this statue?
Looks big. It looks very old. It looks very solid. Boris has looked through it with his clairvoyance and doesn't see anything inside it.
Okay.
It's just more questionable art.
Yeah.
Focusing.
There's nothing like written around it or anything. It's just a simple statue. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know.
Focusing on the Grey Guard, the sword, to detect evil. Is the statue evil?
It is not.
Are the doors evil? Do I sense any evil in this room?
No, you don't.
These, so the doors that Boris just ran into that we know are not evil, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did they have like a latch or a knob or something we could use to push or pull, any sort of like handle or anything?
Nothing like that. There's no handles. Nope. There's just a seam down the middle. There's the inscription, and there's the depression of the Crux Ansata symbol.
Of the Crux Ansata. All right. Any reason we can't try yours, Renee? The copper one?
We could try it. I also offer you is one of my most powerful spells, but I do have pass wall. If Boris tells us there's a room on the other side, he can point to on a spot on the wall, and then we just go through.
How long can you keep that open?
Pass wall.
1 day.
One day. 24 hours,
day.
my friend. Is,
Well, if this is the tomb, it's not like we're
powerful
gonna.
magics.
Yeah, if we're here more than 24 hours, then something has probably gone terribly wrong.
Perhaps if it looks like we have key, we should try key and lock.
All right.
Let's try key.
Save your powerful magics to escape.
I take out the
You got excited.
copper Crux Ansata, and I try to fit it into the depression.
It clicks in perfectly right there. And once again, Renee, you have the sense of lightheadedness that comes across you. And then this one doesn't feel quite so good, honestly, but it fades.
Well, that's good.
Feels a little bit more intense than last time, but it fades again, and you feel okay. And as that happens, the seam in the door starts glowing with light, and the crux inside itself splits down the middle, and the two doors open up in front of you into the space beyond.
The artifacts are ours. I can taste it.
How many treasures are there? This is just going to reveal a giant dragon or something.
Seems like a very large space, so it goes overhead far into the darkness, and this is about as much as your light or your infravision can see clearly at the moment. It seems like there's more stuff further in, around to your sides, to either side, but you'd have to step further in to see clearly.
All right.
What are those little circular things? Can I tell what those are? Are those like
those are
or?
urns. They're about 4 feet high, painted around. They look like they're metal urns. And this thing in the middle looks like a chariot.
A chariot?
Yep.
Ra-Hotep is ghost riding the whip.
Luckian is gonna creep forward, trying to hide behind one of the urns and get a better sense of what's happening here.
Left or right, Luckian?
Left.
Okay. So Luckian's hiding right here. And you can crouch down, and it's just barely big enough you feel like you can crouch down and have a chance of being hidden there. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see clearly here. Looking where you can see with your inversion here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. And here. Okay, so stuff along the wall, so you can see the west wall at this point, and there are very old upholstered chairs, and there is a table there made out of mahogany. In the wall behind these things, there's hundreds of niches with little statuettes made out of pottery all along the edges there. There is a statue along that corner there, and it looks like some sort of wooden box. And there's a corner of the room that goes further to the west.
It's a very large room.
It's a very large room.
Okay. Looks like everything else, sort of untidy, dusty stone.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there anything in the chariot? Now that I'm
It
closer
is
to it?
not. No, it seems empty.
I look behind me. Does anyone look like they're making movements at all?
Yeah, like I want to go see what's in there.
Yeah, I'm like at the door with the lantern, like ready to looking for any signal from Lucian that it's time to go.
Yeah, is it good? Are we good? Thumbs up.
Nothing moving.
Slow nod, and Lucian is going to creep to the side, to the left wall when the lantern comes up with Renee, so that
I'll go
they're
right
still
up to where Lucian was, not on the left side.
Okay. Okay,
You
so
can hop in chariot, I pull.
say it again, Boris.
He says to Esniak, you can hop in chariot, I pull.
It's all right. Thank you. Reverse sedan chair.
Here, and there's a statue of an ancient warrior with a spear right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so you can see clearly here. Here. Keeps flipping the other way. Yeah. Why does that do that? Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see this pretty clearly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, and kind of dimly some of this stuff here. So there are you can see at least 4 sarcophagi in this western limb, and then the chamber opens up further to the northeast, and you feel dimly. I'm not showing it. You feel dimly like there's some kind of large structure to the northeast. So you can either investigate these sarcophagi here, or the things further north, or check out the east side.
I'm curious about this east side here, and I think as
I think
everybody's
we should
entering
head on
in,
down.
yeah, exactly. Esniak would be heading towards that side of the room.
Okay.
As we all
so
enter.
So
I keep trying to ping it, and then I
do you have
forget that I'm not actually on World.
I think you have a light, right? So.
Well, he had the lantern that Renee has, but otherwise, yeah, that's as far as I know, that's our only light source.
Okay, so you're standing like north of the north of the chariot here, but it's starting to get dark there, and you're human,
Sure.
so you can see anything else.
Yeah.
Again, you feel like there's some kind of structure to the north of your position, but it's in darkness.
Okay, all right.
If
He'll
you
rejoin.
want, Jim, I have a regular like first level light spell, so if I could put that on. Give us a
Yes,
10 or
let's do
15
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I take out one of those copper coins that I stole from the from the boat, and I cast light on it, and then I hand off the lantern to Esniak.
Okay. Yeah.
So I still have some light. Esniak's
He'll.
So Esniak, you walk back a little bit north of the church. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see this. So it looks like there are some altars up here to the north. There's more sarcophagi in this eastern limb. And directly to the north of your position, as you hold up your the north, there is what looks to be a large crypt, about 20 feet wide, goes further into the darkness. It's about 15 feet tall, and it's entirely made out of black obsidian. So there seems like an iron door in the middle of it, but that thing to the north is entirely black obsidian, large looming structure in the middle of this dark space.
Okay. I'll make sure everybody sees it. Look, get a look at this.
Chamber, a very large antechamber.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to look at the door, or get close enough to it if I could see any detail on it.
Okay.
And Boris will back up Esniak doing that.
Where in the room are you two?
Towards in the middle-ish.
Towards in the middle.
Towards the obsidian crypt.
Excellent.
Correct, yeah.
I'm eagerly flanking him.
Has you can see heavy hinges on it, but it seems entirely blank. It doesn't have any writing on it that you can see.
No indentation for an iron crux and solder that we'd have to carry back down.
Just entirely solid iron door in this obsidian crypt right in the middle of this large place. And I guess as you get creep a little bit more forward, you can see that there is a wall to the space about 10 feet behind that, with a series of 4 ancient warrior statues behind it.
You think this is it? This is this crypt. This is it. Yes, Ra-Hotep
Seems
must
like
be
it.
within.
Must be.
Above the door, you can see it's dark, but there's like a black gem embedded in the wall above the iron door. Black, the same as the obsidian, and the only reason that you notice it right now is there's a little bit of a flash of light, a little bit of a glint of light from your lantern.
I don't like that.
I'd say, I eagerly lean forward and I say, Ra-Hotep, your magics are finally at hand. I can taste it. And I cast telekinesis to fling open the doors of the crypt.
Telekinesis to fling open the doors of the crypt. So I'm checking out telekinesis here. I'm kind of checking how much weight it can hold. So that's a very powerful spell. And Renee incants the words of telekinesis at the door, and it shakes. It starts to shake as you try to pull it open. And there's like a crack of a thunderbolt, and an enormous bolt of magical energy comes shooting back in the other direction at Renee, striking him full in the chest with a black beam of energy, and you see his body start to shrink from it, and something gets pulled out of him into the air and gets sucked back through the iron door, and his body collapses to the ground in dust and swirls away into the air. His stuff is on the ground, but Renee is entirely gone with a scream as he gets sucked through the door.
Okay.
The light in the gem goes out, and now it's totally blank.
Oh, the gem. Okay, so the gem lit up when he hit it. Killed him. Turned off. Boris, you turned around for a second. Renee.
But Boris comes back from the corner like, oh, sorry, had to go for her. Where's Renee?
Is that pile of dust over there, Boris?
Renee
Trying to
is
open
gone.
the doors to the crypt.
Renee, Paul, please pick your backup character and get that sheet ready, if you could, please.
I heard Staff of Power earlier, and
There is an eldritch staff on the ground in the dust that used to be Renee. Do you take that as the
yeah, he's gonna go over there and take. I'm sorry, Renee. That's a bad way to go out. But everything that happens here on out is in your memory, and he'll kiss the staff and take it.
You have Renee's staff, and I'll remind you. You know the magic that can cause an extra powerful ice storm, or fireball, or lightning bolt, or striking, or telekinesis, or continual light. And you also know that if it gets snapped, all the energy is instantly released in a final strike. Where are your options?
Extremely cool.
Exactly.
Boris goes over with his potion that he drank earlier, the empty container. He's like, "Oh, poor Rene, I should at least take some of him for remembering." And basically, he's shoving stuff in there, but he's sifting through the rest of the dust to see if there's anything left.
He has what else? Rene used to have. There's email. He has a morning star. He had a dagger, and he had a ring on his finger. You grab any of that, Boris?
Grab the ring. Yes, I'll slip it on. I will remember you, my friend.
Okay.
That's for Danya.
You slip the ring on your finger. As you do so, there is a bunch of grinding sounds that you start hearing from either side of you. And as you look around, somewhat to your horror, the lids of the sarcophagi on either side are shifting and being pushed aside from within.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Right next to one of those.
Oh.
Yes, you
Oh
are.
my.
Let's roll for initiative.
Let's do it.
How about you roll a d6, and I'll roll a d6.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I got a 4.
We will re-roll. Okay, so that was a tie. We're going to re-roll. I've rolled a 5 this time.
I also rolled a 5.
God, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to redo this. I rolled another 5. I'm pretty sure I... What was that? Are you kidding me? This is the 4th?
Okay, I rolled a 1. I can't win.
Okay.
All right.
I got a 4. I got a 4, so I did actually win. So all the lids come off, and creatures come out of them, and they are animated mummies, and they have weapons. They have axes, and they have maces, and one of them is close enough that they can actually strike you, Luckian, and so you get tagged here. Luckian. 3. So you duck behind the statue, and actually an ancient axe chops into the statue and cuts off a piece of the stone there, but you manage to dodge it. So they're all out at this point, and you can see that there are 5 mummies to either side of you in your combined light, and they are coming towards you with their weapons pretty ferociously. It is your turn. Luckian, tell me what to do.
I am looking up how lightning bolt works.
Please have your action ready. I'm going to give you a 5 count. Do you use your lightning bolt?
Yeah.
5.
I would like to use lightning bolt. I'm just not sure what to roll.
Okay.
It's
So you cast your lightning bolt, and I'm going to say you can turn the corner and catch 2 of the mummies. You can catch 2 of the mummies in the lightning bolt. This is actually the spell you're casting, right? Isn't it? Sorry, Luckian. Okay, you're an 8th level wizard. You're going to roll 8 dice. Roll 8d6 and tell me what you get.
all right. I can roll 3 at a time because that's how many I have. So that's a 3, 6, 5, 6, 1, 1, 2 more, 2, 4. So that is 12, 29.
25, really?
29.
Okay. 29, interesting. Okay, so I have rolled 2 saving throws here, and I failed both of them, unfortunately. Oh, geez, that's not good. So yeah, you blast 2 of them around the corner of the lightning bolt, and it plays right through their bodies, and they get disintegrated to dust. They just blow them up, and dust from inside flies all around the air. There are 8 left at this point. Boris, what do you do?
Boris, I was closer to the sarcophagus, or the obsidian one in the middle. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Lycian was on the left side, like the west end of the side of the room. Boris, seeing Luckian dispatch. Okay, yeah, seeing that happen, he's going to go there because that means that's less on this side. If we can maybe take out these, and we have the distance between the others, it's he likes it. So he's going to run over Natasha slash.
Here. Great.
I rolled 2 15s, so that's 30 and 30 to hit.
Those are both hits. Roll your damage. So you carve into the first one.
Carve into the first one for 6 plus 7 is 13 damage. Ooh, max damage on that one, so that's going to be 15 damage. So 28 total. With Natasha.
Okay, so you plunge your sword right into the thing's chest, and normally that would kill any normal man. You're surprised that it still kind of reaches out at you. You take it and cut its head off, and the head pops off. Dust and sand spill out, and to your horror, it's still coming at you. Actually, so you've chopped it up a fair amount. You've taken off the head, and it's still coming at you for it. Esniak, what do you do?
All right, so they're all in the west alcove here, correct?
Yeah.
And there were, you said 8 left, so is that like what? 5 in the...
There's 3 to the west, and there's 5 coming from the east. Not super
so
fast.
From the east, sure, from the east, closing off that alcove completely, if he can, he's going to lay down a wall of fire.
Wall of fire, interesting.
Which has got a 6 inch in the spells here.
So you're standing kind of close to the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's actually about how far away you are. And it's a 6-inch long plane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy crap! That totally happens. All right.
Yeah.
Esniak,
so
bring up a.
I'm curious because the spell says it does double damage versus undead, and I'm metagaming is of course because they're mummies. I want to know if it's going to do more damage because they're mummies. But I can wait. I don't need to know now. I can wait. But he's going to do that and just tell him that we've got our backs covered, and then he'll turn to take his next action next turn. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
So yeah, Esniak totally brings up a wall of fire, and that actually is the perfect. Trying to get this here.
Never actually gotten to do that.
That's the
That is the
optimal
perfect
solution.
size to wall off the eastern spot, as a matter.
If he needs to, he can stand in the flames and fight because he's got that ring. Yeah.
Wow. All right, so it is my turn, and Paul, I think you've gotten my message, and you have the backup character. Is that right?
Yep, I am ready.
Great. Please take your turn.
Excellent. I push open the door.
The iron door creaks open.
I step slowly out, and I say, "You fools! You thought you come to steal my treasures? It was I that summoned you here to free me from this infernal prison, and now your usefulness is done, and you shall perish!" And I send the black orb out of the crypt, and I push it in the direction of Boris.
Okay. So Boris is so Esniak's closer.
Yeah, I understand.
But you push in the direction of Boris.
Yes.
So Ra-Hotep appears. Somewhat surprisingly, looks facially a bit like Renee. Has a an ancient black cloak on. Has a shrunken flesh shrunk into his skull, and he opens up his hand and he releases a black orb out of his hand. And as you all look at it, you get a nauseous pit in the pit of your stomach because it feels like space and time is being warped around this black orb as it flies through the air in the direction of Boris, and it gets about halfway to Boris.
Now, I believe I can control the orb and do one other action, correct?
That is correct.
Excellent.
That is correct.
I cast Dispel Magic on the wall of fire.
Oh.
So you need to make a caster level check, Ra-Hotep. So please roll a. Each of you make a check. So Ra-Hotep and Esniak, please roll a d20. Add your caster level and your intelligence, and tell us who's higher.
Wait, sorry, caster level and intelligence?
Correct. Yes, please.
Like the raw intelligence score or the bonus?
No, the bonus. Sorry. So for you, it'll be +2.
Yes. I have gotten
All right. Ooh, that's not good.
26.
Yeah, that's
what'd you get?
undoubtedly gonna blow mine out of the water. I bet I didn't even get 20. Let's see, where's my so he's a 9th level. Let's see, yeah, he got 13.
Okay, so unfortunately, the wall of fire disappears by the power of the monster's dispel magic, and that is gone.
No, that was going to be my. He'll pay for destroying Renee's life and taking his
And
face.
the mummies come shuffling forth. So let's see here. So, Luckian, you are attacked by 1, and you are hit. Luckian, you take 7 points of damage. Luckian,
Okay.
you're carved into with a rusty axe, and in addition, the wound feels really ugly to you. Boris, you're being attacked by 2 of these guys. Now, Boris, the plate mail actually is even more powerful magic than the original ones. You have +2 plate mail, and your armor class is now 1 point better, or -1, actually. So I have to subtract 1 on all my rolls here. Yep.
He's also wearing the ring.
Right. Oh my God. That increases your armor by 3 points. Do you have a shield, Boris?
Yeah, shield +1.
I don't allow both, actually. So, okay, so your overall AC is going to be -3 right now. Your overall AC is going to be -3, so I have to subtract 3. You are a hard man to hit. So 2 of the mummies come forward with axes and chop at you, but the axes are deflected like about 2 inches away from your body, and they don't do anything. The ones on the other side.
Sorry.
Okay, so the other ones on the other side cover about half the distance. So they are about level with the crypt. Probably take another round or 2 to get all the way across the other side. Yes. That's what happens on the bad guy's turn. The good guy's turn. I'm going to go Luckian, Boris, Esniak. I think we've lost Belinus for the moment. If you want to go Luckian, what do you do?
All right, Luckian's gonna back off into the shadows near where the chariot is and cast invisibility on themselves.
Okay. I don't allow you to move and cast at the same time, so you can cast invisibility, but you got to stand where you are.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm gonna
Luckian disappears, and you are invisible.
Lovely.
Boris, what do you do?
Okay, so Boris is going to. Do I notice this orb? I mean, he did yell at me. So, do I notice this orb making its way across the room while
Very
being
much
assailed?
so. It feels like your vision is swimming at this point as it comes towards you, and it feels like the floor underneath it is being warped as it flies above it.
Yeah, I don't like that. So Boris is going to try to basically, while he's fighting these guys, move and work his way so he moves his opponents in between him and this thing.
Okay. So you're fighting this one mummy, and you get to the other side of it to flank it as the ball comes towards you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it in between, but I'm gonna, did it all the time in Spartan. It was great. So first is 28 to hit on this guy who's still clinging to unlife.
Yes.
And that's going to be 9. No, wait. I'm sorry. I need to do correct damage. That's a plus because I get a +2. So that's 7 plus 5 is 12.
That was 2 hit, or was that damage, Boris?
12 damage on the first hit.
Okay. Okay, that actually puts him down. So he had very little left. So you slice him down the front, and he falls in 2 parts, and dust and sand pours out. But there's one right behind you, trying to grab you from behind. Did you get there?
You see that? Do you see that?
Man. Please roll all your damage twice.
There you go.
That's it. So it's going to be 2d8. Double modifier also, or just the die?
Yes. Yep. Everything, please.
Sweet. Oh, so 5 and 3, so that's 8. But double is 14, so that's going to be 22 damage on this slash against this mummy.
Okay. You plunge your sword directly through its chest, and you hear like ancient bones snap inwards, and the whole inside of its chest just collapses, and dust pours out. And he's still coming after you. There's a hole directly through his chest that you can look through, and he's still coming after you.
You told me you break his heart like you broke mine.
Esniak.
All right. Wolfire's gone. There's still the ones coming through. Ra-Hotep's in front. How many are fighting near Boris? Like, how many could he potentially have on him? Only one
at this point.
Okay. So Boris is probably got that.
Down where it just disappeared here,
Okay.
and there's one fighting Boris about here.
Okay. How many of the mummies in the east do I think I could get in a fireball? I'll get as many of them as I can.
Since they're lined up, maybe 3 or 4. We'll roll. It's going to be 3 or 4. We'll make a die roll for that.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm doing.
You cast the fireball spell, which is very long range. It streaks across the room in a red glare, blows up, and they are lined up kind of compactly, trying to get through the wall of fire for a second ago. Roll a d6, Esniak, and if it's 1, 2, 3, you get 4 of them.
It's 5.
Okay, so you only get 3 of them. Roll your damage. I'm going to roll saving throws here. You're certainly
in
not
classic
great at fire.
D&D fashion, have not pulled out all my d6s yet. Well, just saying. So that's from the Staff of Power, which... how many d6
really?
does that?
It does 8.
Yeah. Is that 8 or 10 or...
Sorry,
8.
it says 8.
No, that's okay. I probably just didn't hear you.
Yeah, it's 80.
Nice. 12, 17, 20.
My key was off. Sorry, guys. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
You're a little quiet.
Yeah, I'm a little quiet. That's interesting. What's going on here?
That's going to be 32 damage from the fireball.
Holy wow.
What's going on?
Yeah, with the first one was really...
One of them made their
first one.
save. They are atomized. So those 3 mummies just get burned right down to their feet in a single instant, and they're all gone. So I have 2 left over there. And I have 2
So
left over
because
here.
that was a staff fireball, can I still move?
Yes, you can, as a matter of fact. Good question, yeah.
I'm
For the
putting
staff,
that
yeah.
cherry between me and Ra-Hotep.
Esniak,
If I can move there, I will.
Absolutely. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. You totally have that movement. Great. That's the end of your turn. It's our turn. Ra-Hotep, what do you do?
Okay. Can is my volume all right? Can you guys hear me better? Hopefully.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Good. Okay. So, can I see Esniak, or is he completely hidden behind the?
You see where he went. I mean, he clearly went. He clearly ducked behind the chariot.
I had not unveiled myself since the last time I veiled myself with my cloak as well. I don't know if that factors into it at all.
I feel like you hadn't veiled yourself since the last time you unveiled, because you revealed yourself.
I revealed myself in the room, and then when I got down to the shaft, I was like, cloak back on. But I don't. I don't know how it works in combat.
So you cast a spell that makes you appear.
Mm-hmm.
So you're certainly visible until you can take another round to put the cloak back over over your head.
Okay, awesome.
So Ra-Hotep, you saw him turn visible, having cast 2 spells there, and run behind the chariot.
Excellent. I continue to push the black orb towards Boris.
Great. There is one mummy there that Boris has managed to get between the orb and himself. That kind of doesn't really matter because the orb just goes right through everybody.
Yep.
And so, Boris, as this thing approaches you, again, you feel sick and you feel like your body being stretched. The stone floor underneath it ripples. The stone sarcophagus right beside you has cracks showing in it. And let me see. I need to make a saving throw for the mummy. This is how I do this. Here it is. Ra-Hotep, you need to use mental control each round to succeed at this. So you concentrate for a bit. Please roll a d20. I'm looking at the math here.
Yep.
Do not roll a 1.
Yep. I got an 18. 18 on the die.
Okay, great. That's certainly enormous success. Great. So I'm rolling a saving throw for the mummy, and I have failed it. So the black orb hits the mummy, and the thing just gets sucked into it. So it gets spaghettified. The dust gets sucked into the black orb. It keeps coming at Boris. Boris, you feel your body being stretched apart and sucked into the black orb. Please make a saving throw or be sucked into this thing. So,
Death by Black Hole. Death by Black Hole is one of my favorite books by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm glad we could serve you tonight. So you're going to roll. I'm just doing all the math here. You have a ring of protection that you just picked up that is going to help you. So your level is 9 plus 11. So you're adding 14. You're adding 14 to the die.
Okay, I rolled a 14, so that's a 28.
Okay, you manage to dodge to the side, and the ring of protection helps. So the orb goes flying by you about 10 feet, and Boris manages to dodge to the side as the mummy gets spaghettified and sucked up into it. You are still alive, Boris. What else
I just
do you
dodged
do,
a black
Ra-Hotep?
hole?
Correct. That is exactly what just happened.
It's Boris the Bullet Dodger.
I then cast Invisible Stalker. I summon an invisible stalker, and I look at it and I say, "Find and kill the elf."
Great. That's one of the top level spell. Going to say this is a normal. This is going to say this is a normal stalker since you're doing this at the last minute here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it appears to your sight, Ra-Hotep, immediately on the other side of the chariot.
The elf, I said. The elf. Not Esniak.
The elf. Right.
The elf. Mm-hmm. Who's also invisible. I'm hoping maybe the invisible stalker can detect that.
Can see an invisible person.
That is, in fact, the ruling, yes. So, to your horror, Luckin, one of the... you can't see invisible, so I'm...
No.
All right. Okay, so you're invisible. You feel momentarily secure with the mummies are fighting other people, but then you are attacked by an unknown assailant out of the air, and I'm going to be rolling for this over here.
Yep. It's been nice knowing you guys.
Yes, I have rolled a total of 25. That's definitely a hit. So Lucky and you take 7 points of damage.
Oh, wow. All right. I'm still up.
Great. The mummies are still coming. So there's this one. Just got spaghettified. There's another one that looms up over you, Boris. But you're... Oh. That actually is a hit. So even with all your protections and all your extra magical armor, the one actually does manage to carve into you. You take 3 points of damage. That wasn't a great roll. The other two...
Get it together, mummies!
5, 6. There are 2 mummies that are pursuing you, Esniak, and one of them is going the long way around the chariot, but the other one goes the short way and actually attacks you with a bronze sword. Let's see here. I rolled a natural 3. That's no good. So it chops into the wood of the chariot, and a chunk of wood flies off, but it misses you, Esniak. I'm going to say it's your turn, Esniak. What do you want to do?
You cast silence again?
The damn witch!
That witch got me again. I want to do too many things. Right now, though, I don't want to keep getting hit by a mummy. And I also don't want to blow myself up with a fireball. So I am going to cast Mirror Image.
Nice.
Great. Esniak casts Mirror Image. How many images appear?
A blessed 6. Yeah. So he does that because I'd like to ignore these mummies for a little bit longer. See how long we can live. All right.
There are now 7 Esniaks on the board. So Esniaks, almost without number, appear on the other side of the chariot, and the mummies start lashing out at them. Boris, it's your turn.
So Boris does have a mummy on him, but these are just the pawns. He's going for the king. So as he's moving forward with his shield hand, he tosses. You see this flicker of burnished copper as he tosses this copper at him and says, "Penny for your thoughts, bastard!" And he comes forward to chop at his head. And yeah, he's coming at him.
All right. You are engaging Ra-Hotep the Lich. Roll your 2 attack rolls.
I just want to at least try to hit him once. Fuck. So, yeah, that's not gonna hit. First one I rolled a 2, so that's a 17.
No.
Next one is a 17 plus 15, so that's a 32.
Okay, doing some math here. Yeah, that would be a hit. So you carve through the robe. Your sword goes right through the robe, cuts into some kind of black, fleshy substance underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
How much damage?
So
does Ra-Hotep take?
that's going to be 12 damage.
Ra-Hotep, please note 12 damage. You have
Got it.
that recorded.
Got it.
Great.
Yep.
Does it waver his concentration on anything?
No, that tends not to be a thing here in original D&D. A spell's either up or it's not. So probably not. But good thing to ask. Good thing to ask. We do appreciate that.
I'll just mention that the duration of the invisible stalker spell is permanent.
Lovely. When
I was more thinking the black hole that you were controlling.
Oh, black hole.
I'm going to go off the assumption that when it hit me, I recognized it from the last time I got hit by one of these, and I'm going to cast Charm Monster.
Oh.
Oh, please. Oh, please.
Okay. I need. There you go. A very powerful spell. Look at here. Lasts 1 year on these rules. Makes 1 living creature guard the custom.
Make all your prayers to RN Jesus.
So I'm going to make a saving throw versus spells here. I'm going to roll this d20. I'm going to add an 8. So if this die comes up 12 or more, I the invisible stalker, avoid your charm monster spell. I've rolled a 7. So from mid-air, you hear, oh yes, elf is friend. What should I do, elf friend? Yes, kill the lich.
What?
I will. And the voice goes off into space. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it can make it. Great. Okay, so Ra-Hotep, you're being attacked by your own invisible stalker.
Yes.
And I rolled a natural 1. Okay, I rolled a natural 1. So the enormous fish creature slips as he tries to attack you, and he goes sliding into the crypt by accident.
What?
Get it together, invisible stalker.
Yeah. Why did you do that? Well, actually, none of us know because none of us can see you. You're doing
Well, I
great.
saw it. It was funny. It was
There's some
funny
sort
as
of like
hell.
scraping sound, and then a big thud.
I think there was a banana on the ground.
Ra-Hotep, it's your turn.
Oh, crap. Okay. Okay, so Lucian has cast a spell and is now visible.
Yeah. Correct. Yes,
Excellent.
Lucian appears. Lucian appears on the board.
I push the orb towards Lucian.
Please roll a d20 and tell me if you roll a 1, because then it would fail.
Got a 15.
All right.
As Ra-Hotep concentrates on this, he has a talisman around his neck. He is carrying a staff with a jackal head on it. He's controlling the orb. He's also casting spells, and the talisman around his neck glows with a black magical energy, and the orb comes sliding towards Lucian, who's only about 20 feet away, and again, all the stonework underneath ripples, the sarcophagus cracks, the statue right next to you shatters and falls into 1,000 pieces, and the orb's coming directly at you, Lucian, and you feel your body being pulled and stretched to about double normal size. Please make a saving throw against death.
Saving throw against death. Do I know what my modifier is for that? I rolled a...
Then add 10 for your level.
I have 10 for my level, so that's a 25 then.
Okay, there you go. Lucian dodges to the side, and the black orb goes. You hit the deck, and the black orb goes over your head by about 10 feet, and you avoided death by black hole.
The worst kind of death.
I will kill one of you. But it seems like perhaps it will be Boris. And I cast Disintegrate on Boris.
Holy shit. Right. Boris is right in front of you.
Yes, he is.
You say the magical words for a Disintegrate spell, and a black beam comes out of your hand, a lot like the one that hit Renee earlier, hits Boris, and Boris, you got to make a save versus death.
Please don't hurt me.
So this is pretty good because you have your level, you have +3 for Ring of Protection, and then another
I rolled a
+4.
16.
Oh. There you go. So that's out of 32 total.
It's in the 30s.
Yeah. And Boris shrugs off the Disintegrate spell.
Woo!
Damn it!
I can rock like that.
But I tell you guys, you
I am
can't
no one's
stop him.
little lich.
There's no stopping him.
Okay, so I'm rolling dice for mummies, and those would be 17s. Isniak,
I have a D7 if we need to know which one hits me or my
I don't want to hear about D7s. D7s are not allowed at my table. I don't want to hear that non-platonic crap. Don't tell me about no D7s.
I also have a D5 and a D3.
You say we can't use Dungeon Crawl Classic in a Classic Dungeon Crawl?
No, it's too new school. Okay, so this comes up 1. I hit you. No, okay, 2. Okay, so Esniak, you have 2 of your mirror images get hit by mummies, and they're gone. So you only have 4 images left.
All right.
I think that's what I got. It's your turn. Lucky.
Wand of Illusion. One thing or multiple things? What can I do with the Wand of Illusion?
Whatever.
Okay.
It's singular. It does say singular. So an object, creature, or force, as visualized by the caster.
All right. I'm going to. Most of the room is still in shadow, correct?
Not really. So you have a lantern with Esniak, and you have the glowing coin over by Boris. So between the two of them, you can see it pretty well.
Everything is mostly lit. Okay.
Not perfectly lit. The sides are in shadow. But you can make out where the sarcophagi are. Nothing's totally
Can I duck
dark.
into shadow and cast a spell, or
no?
No, right?
When you cast a spell, it takes your whole round. You just got to stay planted.
I'm going to duck into shadow because if something breaks on me, I will die. So it's a setup. I'm going to walk into shadow as quietly as possible, hoping that everyone did not see where I went.
Please roll a hide and shadow check. So roll a d20, add what's listed as your thief skill, and tell me what you get there.
Oh, lovely. That is a 16 plus 11, so 27.
Lucian disappears. You duck behind one of the shattered sarcophagi, and Lucian is not visible anymore. Boris. You are confronting Ra-Hotep, who just hit you with a disintegrate spell in the last round.
Let me give you a taste of your own medicine, my friend.
First one was a 14, so that's a 29 to hit.
That's a
second
hit.
one is a 21 to hit.
Both hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a hit. Yep. It is. What is your damage?
Damage altogether at 7, 14, 18, 20.
20 points, Ra-Hotep.
Do not like this.
So you're trying to skewer him. You're trying to skewer him. You're trying to find where his heart is, and you stab something in his chest. You stab something in his abdomen, and it doesn't feel like normal flesh. And he's still up, and he doesn't seem pleased to my eye. Natasha seems pretty happy about all this. So, Natasha feels really into the action that's currently happening. Esniak, you have
you than
two
me, my
mummies.
Yeah, 2 mummies on him. I figure he's got another round before he's going to have to bolt. One question. Can I use a magic missile to strike something on a person? Like, not them themselves, but like, could I use a magic missile to hit the amulet?
Unfortunately not. No, they are living creatures seeking missiles. So unfortunately not.
Okay. That's one. That rules out my first thing that I wanted to do. Second, is there anything in the room that with Esniak can see that looks like a jar that may or may not have preserved organs in it? Like there's these 2 urns near the chariot, right?
Could be. Yep, could be. I mean, there's actually a lot of things could possibly do. These 2 urns.
A lot of things that could be.
Yep. There's several jars on that table over to the west. Hypothetically, any of the hundreds of statuettes along the wall are big enough they could hold something.
Anything could be, yeah.
You could look in the urn. You have light. You could look in the urn right now.
No. I was hoping that there'd be something. I have too many choices. It looks like. All right, I'm going to conjure an earth elemental instead.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
Yes.
That's now. It says I have to concentrate. What does that mean in this case?
Right. Okay, so the way I run that is cannot make an attack, cannot cast another spell, can only move at half speed, cannot take any damage.
Okay, all right. And I cannot move the round I cast it.
That is correct.
Let's hope Mirror Image keeps this up, and he's going to cast it and summon an Earth Elemental right next to Ra-Hotep. If it can attack immediately, he will have it attack.
You cast the very powerful words of the Conjure Elemental spell, and these things do conjure an extra-dimensional creature of the most powerful thing you can think of. So a 16-foot tall, huge rock elemental rises up out of the stone at the floor at the feet of Ra-Hotep, looming over Boris and Ra-Hotep and the whole crypt in the middle of it, leans down with a fist the size of a barrel and tries to smash Ra-Hotep with it. Esniak, please roll a d20 for that attack and add 16 to it and tell me what you get. You are hoping to get something over 20 probably.
Yes. That's a 36 because that's a nat 20.
Really?
Yeah, I have a giant. My camera's a little too big to show, but yes.
Holy God. Yeah.
I don't care what happens after this.
Yeah, that's a hit. So please roll. I'm pretty sure a giant earth elemental does 3d6 in these rules. So please roll 3d6, and we're going to double that.
All right.
Looking that up there.
It's going to be 14.
14 after the doubling?
No, that's the base roll. 14 is what I rolled.
Oh, okay.
So there'd be double to 28.
So Ra-Hotep, you take 28 points of damage as the giant earth elemental smashes you from above. Are you still up?
Many of the bones under the robes crack, dust explodes. Ra-Hotep is somewhat shriveled and diminished, but he still pushes. No, I will escape. You won't stop me.
I used to think you were a legend.
Wow. It's your turn, Ra-Hotep.
All right. What is shit? I pushed the orb over to Esniak.
Great.
Reach him.
Yes, it can. Yeah.
Excellent. Send the orb.
Roll a
over to
d20. Tell me if you roll a 1 and that fails.
I got an 11.
Great. The orb goes towards Esniak. It hits the chariot on the way. The chariot spaghettifies and gets sucked into the black hole. And Esniak, you need to make a saving throw against black hole spaghettification, please. Look that up on the table.
Sure. The table. Does it interact with my images in any way? Do they offer any protection?
Mm-hmm. No, because it can go through several of them at once, unfortunately. So
Sure. I mean, like, if it can just go
line.
through matter, it can go through light.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally nothing.
Correct.
Okay. So I have no idea what my saves are. Am I just rolling d20 plus level?
And another 2. So you're rolling d20 plus 11. Unless there's some other magic item I'm overlooking that you have to help you.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's d20 plus 11.
Yeah, there's nothing I can see. All right. Here we go. Let's see how we do. All right. I'm going to re-roll it because that's all the way across the basement. That is a 27.
Okay, 27. So the chariot gets evaporated. 2 of your mirror images, I'm going to say, get wiped out, and you also dodge the black hole that zips over your head. The ground underneath your feet is all rubble at this point because it's been torn up as the thing spins over your head. And again, you've avoided the black hole. Let me see here. I have
another action.
Pleasant experience.
Another action.
What else do you do, Ra-Hotep?
Excellent.
You've got minor mental concentration.
Yes. So I look at Boris and I say, "You will not take me," and I cast Flesh to Stone on him. You shall become one of my treasures.
Oh.
All right. Saving Birth versus Stone. Now, it's really amazing that you picked up that Ring of Protection because that's helping you a lot.
So again, I have 9 for my level, plus 3 for the ring, and is there another bonus?
2 for this type of save.
2 for this type of save.
Yeah.
So that's 5 and 9 is 14, plus 11 is 25.
You resist the Flesh to Stone spell, Boris. Otherwise you would have been petrified permanently, but out of the game. That was an important roll. I have more mummies. I have 3 mummies. So 2 of them are attacking Esniak or his 2 remaining images. And I have rolled not well enough, actually. Those are terrible rolls. And then I think I have one near Luckian, right? Luckian's being attacked by a mummy. I'm rolling. That sucks.
I'm in the shadows, I think. Anyway.
Yeah,
right?
Good point.
Luckian
Good
hit.
point.
And also you have that fish monster.
Okay, so that's a good point. So that mummy had to shuffle over to where Esniak is. So Esniak, you now have 3 mummies around you, but they're flailing around with their weapons on unsteady ground, and they're tripping a bit, and they don't get close enough to you.
Okay. All right.
So Luckian, you are in the shadows, and it's your turn.
Oh wait, what about my fish buddy who is attacking Ra-Hotep, the charm monster?
Holy moly. Right. How about you roll for that? Roll a... so, Ra-Hotep, you are surrounded by a crazed 20-year-old warrior and an invisible stalker and a giant earth elemental.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen better days.
Yes.
So, Luckian, roll for the invisible stalker. Roll a d20 and add 8 and tell me what you get.
I got a 15 plus 8, 23.
Roll 2d6 for damage.
All right. That's an 11.
Ra-Hotep, you take 11 points of damage as the invisible stalker grabs onto your neck and throttles you back and forth. But nobody else can see this, so Ra-Hotep is just thrown around like a rag doll for no reason.
Ra-Hotep, in fact, was just
I see all, my friend.
completely ignoring the invisible stalker because he can't see it at all, and had just pure hatred eyes locked on Boris as he was attempting to turn him to stone. And as he gets throttled suddenly, surprisingly, by the invisible stalker, Boris just sees this look, this momentary peace cross Ra-Hotep's face, and for just a moment, the similarity to his old friend is shocking, and just one final word escapes his lips, and he says, "Merde!" And he drops it.
Oh
my gosh.
Well, that was the end of the rope. So I'm going to assume, Esniak, that you send the Earth Elemental after the three mummies that are trying to come after you, and your mirror images protect you enough that Boris runs to your side. The Earth Elemental stomps one of the mummies, and it blows up in dust. And Ra-Hotep is dead, and Luckian jumps out of the shadows and backstabs one of the mummies. And you kill you eliminate the last three mummies, and you have in fact defeated the best that Ra-Hotep had to offer, except that there's a black hole that's still coming after you.
Esniak?
Not quite as fast, but it starts drifting in your general direction.
Yeah.
Boris runs over and grabs the amulet.
Grab that amulet, man.
You grab the amulet. What do you do with it?
Boris puts it on.
Boris. I think I'm probably better at this than you are.
Yeah, Boris, if you can roll a d20 and add your wizard level. Tell me
Oh
what
my
you
god.
get.
I don't have a wizard level.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Boris.
I have a 14 intelligent.
Boris, no!
I'll let you add 1. I'll let you add 1 to this die roll.
I rolled a 15, so it's a 16.
That's not bad.
That's not 20. I'm sorry, that's not 20. So the black hole starts drifting towards you.
Ah! And he takes the amulet off and throws it at Isniak.
Esniak, you put on the amulet. Please roll d20 plus your wizard level plus your intelligence bonus.
Yes, intelligence bonus I think is 2.
Correct.
Yeah,
you're at
he's got
d20
16.
plus 11.
So plus 11. That is going to be 18 and 11. That's what 30,
29.
not 29, 39. 29.
You take control of the black hole, and a little later you explore the crypt, and there is a magical box that can store the black hole, and an inscription that says the proper name of this thing is the Sphere of Annihilation, and not just any Sphere of Annihilation, but the first one to ever exist in the world, from which all other spheres of annihilation are merely children and descendants. And you, Esniak, have actually taken control of. Yep, correct. So you have taken control of an actual mini black hole, the first ever Sphere of Annihilation in the game of Dungeons and Dragons. Congratulations!
Keep that. You deserve that.
Sounds like a artifact of chaos and disorder, and it's time to go. This necessitates a quest to destroy. Don't know how we can do it. We're going to giant the stars.
So you proceed on your way out, having captured the granddaddy of all spheres of annihilation, and when we play again next time, we will be on the quest to find some way to destroy it. Well done. I was worried about that at the end. So I think we're
Yeah.
going to close
Oh
on
my
that.
god.
Yeah, same.
I honestly
I
can't
had
believe Boris
8
lived.
hit points. I can't believe Boris lived. You got hit
I'm
so
not
good.
even down to half. I've got 36
Really?
of 64.
That was like three saver die spells, though.
At least 3.
I know.
Yeah.
I did get very lucky with my hits. 22 hit points to start with, so I was
Oh yeah, I didn't get
expecting
hit
to
at
die.
all. That was good. That was
You
very
did
good. I'm glad
so
for that.
good.
Interesting.
Good job, team.
That was cool.
I love
That
the
was very
charm
cool.
monster on the invisible. Actually
That
really
was-
like
that was
the
brilliant. That was
turn the
brilliant.
invisible stalker. Yeah,
That was
nice.
very
Yeah, that was
funny.
clutch.
Awesome.
That was clutch.
Awesome.
I'm very proud
So
of
that's
us.
going to have you come and run in a protective sphere. Like, don't leave.
I think the only truly good moment I had as Ra-Hotep was taking down that freaking wall of fire. After that, things went downhill.
I'm so sorry you died.
Oh, man.
No one else died, but you died twice.
But it's like rocket tag, right? Like any one of the things that you would have done could have tipped the tide and against us. So, yeah,
Everything you did would
that's
have
fun.
destroyed us.
That's really cool.
Oh, that was very fun.
Well done. Awesome. If anybody's watching this and you look at the original adventure, I snipped out maybe 1 or 2 things for time purposes here tonight. But I personally wanted to see a Sphere of Annihilation in action. So so for time purposes, there was a couple of things there that I did to make sure that we didn't miss this particular scene. So so there's that. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Was that okay tonight?
Very good.
Yeah,
Very
we
good.
loot the shit out of this place.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Loot the shit and then
You
we'll
did.
make our own stairway out that sphere.
Right?
It helps to know some about D&D, about like what traps or tricks might be like ahead of you in
sure.
a place like this. So you guys played really well, and I had a blast. And I'm so glad we could get a joint Wandering DMs web DM event once. So thank you for this on Halloween.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Very much.
happy
Yeah, thank you
Halloween.
guys for running.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Super.
I love doing
that
this.
was
So thank you very much.
Lot of fun. Glad to finally get to play the heel a bit. Dan doesn't always get.
You're welcome.
Oh.
And any viewers that have watched this tonight live or recording or podcast, thank you so much for tuning in. So hopefully we can do more of this kind of stuff iterate on this kind of stuff in the future too.
Excellent. Thanks everyone for joining us, fellow players. If you want to hold till the end of the credits, we'll be back and just to say so long in a moment. But otherwise, good night, everybody.